Good morning. Today is 4th of June 2025 and we're going to be racing today. Today we are going to be racing at Sandown Lakeside. Now Sandown has two sides. One is the lakeside, the other one is the hillside. So we are going to be racing this side of the track today and we are going to be using the measurements on this side. So the ground reading is good. We've got 8 races here today. The last finishing mile is about 400 meters, a little here and there, could be about 410, 475, something on those lines. But this is where the last finishing mile is. We are not going to be considering this one. This one we are not going to consider. This one is where we are going to be racing. So this is 400. About 400. The shape of the track is not one of the best, not one of the worst, but it is one of the most popular shapes around the world. And we've got 8 races here. This track is a very difficult track, especially because of this straight and the shape of the track. And we've raced here quite a few times. We're going to be racing here again today and we'll see what we can do. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing 5 days a week. At least we try to do 5 days a week. If we do not have the right tracks, then we have no other option but to skip the days, but we try to do 5 days a week, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock, when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we stick to our picks and place our bets. But if we find that there are circumstantial changes, we often step out or make changes with our bets. It's horse racing, so we need to be vigilant. We need to be making decisions that are worthy and in favor of us. And that is exactly what we try and do. I've got 3 tabs opened in front of me. The first one is where we get to see the races. The second one is RaceNet, where we take a look at the odds and the scratchings. And the third one is PalmerBet, where we take a look at the official winning numbers. So that's all that we have. We'll see if we got the feed. So this is Warwick Farm, actually.
QOP at the moment. She didn't really do a lot there.
It is Warwick Farm. So we'll wait for the Sandown feed to come up. And we'll take a note of the odds for the first one.
The standout in that is Mortal Halo. That's the only other one back to beat these
8275.
2 favourites rock solid in the market, and then it's Mortal Halo, who's 11 down to 750 on the QOP. I like Hardest Brock. I don't want him to hesitate like he did last start at his first go. Settles handy. I think he's hard to hold out. On Point Pixie with the blinkers on. Then 12 Coulatar Queen and 5 Provoker.
All right, I'm with him, Hardest Brock as well. Just the barrier rate, the 1350 was the key today, but I'm very scared of Mortal Halo. He has more experience on his side. He's a total forgive from last start. Provoker, bit of cruise across from that outside draw. I think the 1350 is really going to suit him. I feel like he's been rushed in his first couple of starts, so a nice long back straight is just what he's looking for. And I've put the 14 in On Point Pixie. Could easily have Coulatar Girl there as well. 3, 4, 5 and 14. Anthony?
I'll play Hardest Brock, very well supported now into $3. That's as short as he's been throughout betting and holds 50% of all bets. Here's David.
Up, went down. 10 goes to wins of assistance. Another racing, and he came out last. Hardest Brock got a good start for favourite backers, but he's on the improve along the rails. Sweet Pretender, On Point Pixie. They were the first 2 to go. Then Riding Provoker for speed, and with the shades on, Artistic Endeavours up nice and handy. Mortal Halo just behind them, with Hardest Brock now settling 6th on the fence. Coulatar Queen ridden off the speed today, and then Verona Girl, followed by Ship Happens, over on the inside, Vegameister, Happy Coffee and Egyptian Goddesses last. That's the first call into the first bend. 800 left to run. Provoker, the 3rd favourite. 1 length Artistic Endeavour. On Point Pixie is going to secure the box seat run. 3/4 Sweet Pretender in 4th. Then Hardest Brock, 5th around inside of Mortal Halo. Kulitzar Queen covering ground. 3 deep around Rona Girl. And on the inside, Vegameister. Ship Happens, Egyptian Goddess, and Happy Coffee. They're the last trio. First split not overly fast, 46.09. Provoker's had it all his own way. Came by the 400 metres, leading narrowly. Artistic Endeavour on the outside, leading us some sort of danger. On Point picks in the outside. Sweet Pretender running on fairly well. Then Mortal Halo. And Hardest Box starting to make some ground towards the inside. Below the 200 though, Provoker. Currently trying to stave off Artistic Endeavour. Sweet Pretender, Mortal Halo is down the outside. Hardest Box can't win. Provoker's in front, getting close to home. Trying to hang on Provoker. Sweet Pretender put a dive in, and Sweet Pretender delivered best. Beat home Provoker and Mortal Halo. Hardest Brock, Artistic Endeavour were next. Kulitzar Queen not far away. On Point Pixie couldn't come on. Then came at the head of the others, Ship Happens, Egyptian Goddess, Verona Girl, with Happy Coffee and Vegameister, the last pair, 122 and 75.
Sweet Pretender, number 15, CJ Graham, William Crop. That was her 5th start. Filly by Zusane. Dropping back to a maiden after finishing down the track in the Bill Carter behind Sunrays. Had a bit of luck in running in the home straight there. Hardest Brock didn't have much room behind the leader there, Provoker, and Mortal Halo was winding up on the outside. He's probably in the photo of the 2nd spot there, and Hardest Brock. We're going to look at that head-on in a few moments' time, but Sweet Pretender has been able to win. She has been a busy filly. She ran 2nd at her first start in the Pat O'Shea back in March on a very heavy track. She went to Rocky, ran 3rd there in the Capricornia Yearling Sale 2-year-old behind Kersner, the big price winner. 3rd in the Callaway Gal down the track last start, and she gets the maiden win today. So just checking those placings again. 15.5. We'll check those in a few moments' time. Bernie, over to you.
Thanks, Maxie. 15, 4, 5 and 3, 126.63 the time there. The margin was half a neck in the end. Gosh, she was coming fast, wasn't she? And CJ is so good at riding these back markers and just weaving beautiful paths through them. I thought the leader was fantastic, obviously, his first go at this trip today. It's all about William Crop. Well done.
Thanks, Bernie.
She obviously enjoyed getting back on top of the ground here today.
Yeah, somewhat. I think she's raced well on the soft tracks, so I was kind of hoping to stay a bit soft, but yeah, ultimately being handy and the rail being out's probably what better there.
It's a pretty exciting sort of finish, wasn't it?
It was. I didn't know she had. The caller was right, but I thought she was anywhere from 1st to 3rd.
Well, I mean, her run in the Callaway Girl was quite good.
Yeah, it was decent. I better go and grab her.
You better go and grab her. I'll get all the info from CJ Graham. William Crop, of course, training and strapping here today, so doing all the work, as he just said. Let's have a look at that final 600. 122.63, 36.63. So when I say on top of the ground, I just mean not on a heavy track. We are still on a soft 6 here today. Currently still on soft 6, aren't we? Yes. Here she is, CJ Graham. You've become known for this sort of roaring home girl. A back marker. Well done.
Thank you. It was nice to have her just a little bit more into the race today, but the good barrier afforded me to be able to do that. Always travelled well and was in for the fight late.
I think she enjoyed that sort of the tempo and the pressure went on early.
Yeah, she got into a beautiful rhythm and relaxed really well throughout and saved everything for the finish. She's only a little, but I think she'll take good confidence from that and a good win.
Did ask Kyle, did he think we'd get an upgrade? What do you think?
Oh, I'm not too sure. They're definitely getting their toe into it.
All right, but it looks nice.
It felt nice, but it always does when you ride a winner.
Doesn't it? It never feels bad. Well done.
Thank you.
It doesn't matter what sort of track it is. It's great when you ride a winner. 15 beats 4, 5 and 3. Anthony?
Thank you, Bernie. So Sweet Pretender went there at Doomben in race number 2. $11 and $2.90 about this winner. And records win number 1 from start number 5 had been placed on the previous 3 occasions, and easy to say in hindsight, but it played all right, didn't it? Came back from listed level back to a midweek 2-year-old race. It was placed at Group 3, listed level 2 starts ago, so well graded there and too good. Sweet pretender. Okay, we'll leave it there. We'll take a break. We'll continue with the preview of Warwick Farm after the break.
So this is the first one at Sandown. It's a 1200 meter maiden. If we look through the odds, it's 8, 2, 7, and 5. If we look through the rails, we get this one, which is all the physics. 5 is already there, and the 6 partially is also present here. So these two are here, and that's more or less like what we have. Now, I am not going to get into the first one. That's the first thing. We'll check how the track is working for the first one, and we'll see how it works. Anyway, so the 8 is the favorite. The 8 is the linear. It's a 293, and it's the top one to go through the rails. It doesn't look like this is going to lose today. 9 and 6 are obviously check. We'll listen to what they have to say about these two horses. They're there. 5 is already there within the odds. The other intriguing one is this number 3. This one is going to be starting today. It's the debut run for this particular horse. The advantage is highest. This one also had the advantage, but it has got 4 races. It did nothing for the last 4 races. I don't know what it'll do, but the 3 is definitely, with that advantage, it is one of the checks. So we'll listen to all 3 horses, what they have to talk about, these 3 horses, 9, 6, and 3. 8 looks like, yes, it is not a problem for 8 to deliver this. It is actually going through the roof. Should be able to deliver this. Nothing else to it. Is the first one, 1200 meter. We'll see how it works.
Pick of the pair, but $3, $1.80. Now she gets blinkers again, Kanara. Now she's had a few excuses at her past couple of starts. Now I know her record suggests that she doesn't win very often, but I can find genuine excuses for her past couple. So last start she was wide and working. She was 3 deep the trip. She's on the back up. We say often when you find these horses that can back up 7 days winter wet tracks, it's normally a huge advantage. So she fits that profile. Prior to that, she was narrowly beaten in a photo finish there one day, struck traffic problems, And I think given the makeup of this field and her price says that she's found a very winnable race, maybe it's now or never for Kanara, but I think I've said that before about her. So 5 sounds unusual. He does look ready to win. He's come back with 2 good seconds. The little knock with him, if there is one, it is staying at 1,600 metres for the 3rd run in a row. When he won his maiden there last campaign, he was getting out over a touch further. So if this was 2,000 metres, there'd be no betting. He'd just be winning. So if it turns into a sprint home and he does get out the back here, maybe that's a slight negative, but not a deep race. So this is last start behind Good Prize, who just proved to be the superior wet tracker. But there was a gap back through the rest, and he'll be really strong through the line yet again. 2, Kemaguy, I thought he could be a big improvement 3rd up. I know on paper it looked a little bit disappointing there at Scone last start. He drifted back and never really got into the race. He's another one that I could see being a lot further forward here. He did lead away on Cup their last campaign. It was the best run of his preparation, albeit that was down to 2,100 metres and rise to it. He's probably looking for 2,000 metres himself, but he's fitted for 2 runs back and he's a 1-pace style of horse. So if he gets the chance to just grind through his gears, maybe he can give some cheek at some point. 8, 5, 2 and 1.
Second leg of the quaddie is over 2,200 metres for the benchmark 72 gallopers. Anthony, it looks like Annabelle and Rob have the key here with the first 2 in the market order.
Black Run and Propaganda. And up and under 460. Best back of those 3 has certainly been Black Run. It's the most popular by far. Highborn Harry's actually the 2nd most popular runner at $6. Steel Blades at 9. Late this rattle and hum, it's a $14 chance late for the Black Run. Certainly best back in front of Highborn Harry at this stage, Brad.
Yeah, map-wise, again, there's a few tricks to this. I wouldn't say there's a designated leader. So we did see Up and Under lead last start, but that was a little bit outside of his comfort zone. There is a change of tactics with him to be ridden with cover today, whereas Demarque, the stablemate, change of tactics to go the other way, to be ridden further forward with the option to lead. So Black Run, I think he gets a dig to offset the gate. He can put himself right there on top of the speed, and Rattle and Hum, he's getting fitter, and he has 1 from in front in the pass, so it might be the right race today to really push the button and make his own luck up on top of the speed. So I think Black Run, he doesn't have to improve much in terms of what he did last start. So this is a few weeks ago. In same grade, behind Knight's Armour, he had to drag the field up to Up and Under, who did get a touch keen there in the middle stages and maybe just left him a bit of a sitting shot late, but no excuses today. He strikes it hard 5th, he's 4th up, Braith Knox stays aboard, and he's got tactical speed to offset the gate, so $3.40 actually seems okay. I know there's a few different ways you can go here, but I do think he is the horse to beat on the back of this last start performance. If we're making a case for him, Up and Under, of course, has to be in the conversation. His strike rate doesn't inspire a lot of confidence, 1 win from 19, but there he was boxing on at the finish. He gave a kick like he was going to win the race and just felt the pinch, maybe overdid it a touch there in the early stages, and that told at the end, but he wasn't beaten all that far, so he... Other than that, Highborn Harry has to be a huge contender here. I'll show you a replay of what he did last start. This is the Midway Company at Scone. It was a race that turned into a real sprint home. There was no pressure in the early stages, yet look how close he gets to the finish. If there was any pressure, he wins this race and probably wins it quite well. So we've seen the form through this race stack up subsequently. Walking, Painting and Northern Eyes have both run well at Rose Hill subsequently. Just wish there was a touch more pressure here. Again, it could be a bit of a sprint home, but on the strength of this performance, he's right there in amongst the main hopes, and Trapalander goes in as the 4th pick. So he looks to be building towards something, this horse. He'd probably appreciate a truer test of stamina. I do wish this was 2,400 metres with a touch more speed, but he has done more than enough in 2 runs back for Annabelle and Rob. Strikes this 3rd up, and a win doesn't look to be too far away. So 1, 2, 6 and 5. That's in the 2,200 metre race, the staying contest of the day, Warwick Farm Race 5.
Interesting race, isn't it? See how it plays.
Yeah, again, it's one of those races that does very much look to be a battle of tactics. So,
penultimate, it's a 3 to 4 or 64, and it's over 1,100 metres. Anthony, looks like all the rage here is Menagem, Managem. I have heard this horse pronounced many times. Do you know what it is?
No, I've got no idea. Menagem, 225 on tab fixed odds. It's the best supported runner here. This holds about 65% of all bets, so it's going to start a bit shorter than the current quote, the way the market's trending. Toddy Smart's horse, the Unique Star, second favourite at $4.20. We laid it early when markets first went up, but it's been hard delayed. It's sort of found its price in the market now, and there's been some deductions. It'll start longer the way the market's trending. Night Sky's a more popular runner of those two, and instantly double the price. Peer Elite at $9.50, our little star $12, and Berserker $14. So Menageme is the most popular runner, $2.25, and very well supported. About 65% of all bets on it.
She looks a pretty smart filly. Should get her chance to just stalk the speed here. So you've got a little bit of pressure. I wouldn't say it promises to be a lot of early pressure. That said, so you've got Fly, Spotty Fly, you've got Night Sky coming across, maybe the next star, who finds his hardest test to date, but he does look at a pretty handy horse. So I'm with Peter Snowden's galloper here. So she's well bred, she's got talent, she had excuses when we last saw her at the races. She was a beaten $1.55 favourite at the midweek, didn't fire, but apparently pulled up a little bit scratchy on that occasion. So tipped out thereafter. She made a huge impression winning at Wyong on debut. This is the most recent trial. She was tipped out after failing, but got that strong SP profile, and she has trialled particularly well. SP profile, and she has trialled particularly well in good company. So most recent hit out was alongside Corniche. She maps to get her chance, and listening to Peter Snowden throughout the week, it sounds like he's got big aspirations for this filly. If she runs as well as expected here, maybe she starts getting that rating up, and she just uses the winter as a bit of a platform to those early spring 3-year-old features. So we'll see where she fits in long term, but if she wants to be competitive in races like that, she should be fighting out the finish here, and the market has identified that. She's pretty solid there as a $2.25 favourite. Night Sky, not surprised there's been some support for this Godolphin trained galloper. She had excuses herself there last start. She too was impressive on debut and then failed thereafter. So pretty similar profile to your favourite here. She pulled up a slow to recover last start, and it was on a heavy 10. I don't think she quite handled the conditions. So we'll forgive her that. She's been back to the trials, has had a 5-week freshen, and I like the way she worked through her gears here on the Warwick Farm synthetic. So the way that she won at Wyong on debut says that she's a filly that can go through the grade. She put 2 lengths on 2 subsequent winners on that occasion. Piero Light was good last start. He's had 2 runs back. He kept grinding there a few weeks ago. I think a slightly better track is in his favour today. He was good winning there at Kembla Grange first up. I think he's come back in really good form. And Moonlight Dream, guided by any market support for her, but she's a lightly raced filly with Joe Pride. Broke her maiden at Newcastle before spelling. I do like the way she's trialled up. So if there is a push there, I'm inclined to pay her some respect as a $19 hope. 8, 9, 6 and 12.
And to round out the card, it's the Barley Sid Brown handicap. Because Sid was only months off turning 100 this year. I think he was due to turn 100 in October, and sadly lost his battle about 3 weeks ago. I don't think he was one of those men that, you know, when everyone speaks about him, they speak so highly.
Yeah.
It was so much loved here in Warwick Farm. So it's lovely that they are honouring this race there with Sid. It's a benchmark 72 for the 4-year-old and above gallopers over 1,300, Anthony. Having a few little technical difficulties there, so I'll go through the market here for the final race. Our favourite, Believe in Angels, $3.60 into $3 now. Cadal sits on the second line, $4.40 out to $5.50. He's been a bit of a drifter. Struck Gold is the 8, opened up at $10, in a point and a half to $8.50 now. Hasty Honey resuming, and she opened up at $15. She got in as short as 8. She's back out to $9. Fiddler's Green is the 9, $8.50 out to 11, back into 10, and that out of help. Been a drifter. All right, let's take a look at the speed map here. Who leads them up? Final race.
Struck Gold comes across to lead. He led there over 1,100 metres last start and bumped into a good one in Apex. So fitter for that, out to 1,300 metres. I think they pushed the button. Star May looks to get a nice spot just in behind. The same can be said for Cadal. Believe in Angels maybe has some positivity from the outset. But out of hell, 1,300 metres first up. Maybe a touch sharp, but he's a horse that does have some tactical speed if they want to use it today. Whether they do with his whole preparation ahead of him and get at the 15.50 remains to be seen. So I'm with Cadal here. 5.50 on the drift is a little bit concerning, but I think that's due to maybe the fact that a few punters were suspecting this track was probably going to come up a little bit wetter this morning than what it...
Should be getting the feed any time now.
He profiles as a horse that will be winning races over the winter. He gets through the conditions, no problem whatsoever. On this occasion, just bumped into a hard fit wet tracker in first person. So this was on a really testing surface. He kept following the line, sets up his campaign. May have been flattered in terms of him handling the heavy conditions, and a lot of these simply didn't. But yeah, this is the return of a horse that will be winning more races. You can see he boxes honestly.
It looks like he's got that will to want to win.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he? I don't think he's necessarily a flashy type.
Up on his toes a little bit as he was going out. I do think that he's a nice horse to follow going forward.
All right, BC, warm our souls with a winner in the opening event here at Sandown Lakeside on a Wednesday afternoon.
I'm with the 8 Billy Ivy, getting quite tight.
Waiting the barrier on the rest of the first sports bet, Black Book,
match, but I thought the
Shoes
shoes
Jump Time, played with the Billy Ivy, 245,
a little
280
more
Melbourne,
professional at this
Magic,
stage than what Melbourne
and
Magic
Harbour
is. I think
Naria
in time
at
he will be the
$5.
better horse. But in the here and now
Wait on the
today,
barrier.
in this race, I think she will have the edge over him. Habanaria is a good chance, so too is Zutara, who's probably a bit of a knockout chance at $20. Which will be the soft run on that side door. But I'm 8 to beat 2 and what should be a strong mate.
Habanaria on top of the yard for me. I thought this filly settled up looking beautifully. I think she's a great type. She's been really well prepared. Cope's still in fantastic order for this time of year. I'm going to where she's going to get to. She's going to need a very good ride from that wide barrier door. So hopefully she can have good luck in running. But I think she settled up looking really well here. A couple of other horses that look great. Melbourne Magic. He's quite a nice progressive horse going forward. Still a little bit of a work in progress mentally by the looks of him here. And Illy Ivy looks to be quite a nice type of horse too. So happy to have Habanaria on top of what I think is a nice mate here. Thanks for your time, Liam. That horse was giving you a little bit of a workout there going out onto the track. Is he usually like that?
No, he's not. Usually he's lovely to handle, easy to do everything with. He was great on Dagger Ballarat. Obviously, that's just smoking up with him. And you see, he fit well, and he, outside of being on his toes, he played a fantastic tail before.
He must have been really pleased with his debut performance at Ballarat.
More forward, it was a great effort, you know, with the horse beside him was playing up, he was a bit slow away, thought he let to go the rail, and from there, it was, you know, really hard to navigate and pass through. He closed off really well. It was a slowly run race, so the section didn't want to play to him, but we think he's really smart. He's a nice, clean-winded horse. Will probably step out over ground in time, but yeah, we really love him.
With that in mind, if you are thinking that he's going to step out further in distance, do you want to be a little bit further forward today, or are you happy just to let him fall out of the gates again and see where he lands?
Completely up to Mark. You know, it wasn't ideal with him the other day. It wasn't entirely his fault.
This number 3 is going to be running for the first time. It's the debut day for 3, but it has a lot of advantage. And it doesn't look like it is one of the worst horses. There's a lot of advantage on that 3. It's a grey. Something has gone under the blanket. God knows which one is this one.
Still up with front runners.
The runners at the barrier, the runner the first on the card.
One of the leading contenders here, Billy Ivy, top to yourself. I really had a race that effort, we think. The speed, the obvious speed here is more of this, and maybe California Flyers or barrier 4 and 6. I think Billy Ivy bounced right on the back of the speed, whereas the race looks a little bit tricky for Melbourne Magic and Habanaria, who have drawn barriers 7 and 8. That's the way that I sort of reading the race. That may not pan out that way. You might see a lot more aggression from Melbourne Magic into that.
I think it's a great. So lakeside racing, I don't think loading process is underway for the first race on a Wednesday afternoon. Here's Survey to call the race. One of the races is to I've got a little bit of edge out, I've got a little bit of this. Can't see the drop back as fast. I like Harbour area, and I like the Ivy. It's a really cracking race to start soon. The winners these up, so that'd be a beautiful big week racing. Sports Fest, Labour Race, Sports Fest, Sandown Lakeside Day. And we're just waiting on the Magic to move in. It's race 22 is last, split home. One is to the third. This California fire moving in Harbour area was in the slow ground and Bowie. Big track bias, first in hand, ran well. Also, Illy the favourite for the first. Lights are on. They're ready to run for the 1200 metres. First of the lakeside racing today. Away. Melbourne Magic not flash out. He's getting whip around the field. It's going whipping into the front. It's Harbour area. One of the PBS is heading it on. It's Melbourne Magic going out through wide over California Fly. Champagne Express. Too far in the eye to the moving bolt. Speed good early. One of the PBS in front. Wants to run. Harbour area's got it out wide open. 2.5 Melbourne Magic mob. Beautifully behind it. He's still doing a few things wrong, but still better than he did the other day. 2.5 California Fly. Champagne Express. Too far in the eye. And Doomben is 4 lengths away last. The 600 metres mark, one of the PBS just in front. Harbour area testing in their stride to stride. Melbourne Magic is worked right behind him. 2 lengths California Fly, Champagne Express, with a lot of racing to do. It's well back with Doomben and Doomben in the straight. Harbour area on the outside, got the one of the PBS, Melbourne Magic now put under pressure, chasing the leader. They've got a line, it's narrowly line at the moment. Melbourne Magic front, pick up on the outside. Harbour area, one of the PBS, on the Illy from the back. Melbourne Magic takes the lead. Illy is coming, came on straight on the outside. Look at the Illy is from an
Hey, beautiful horse. 8.
Didn't look a chance to get in the middle of the Magic when he stormed to the branch.
8 to 9.
Shandy Ray just the ball coming up the broadcast box. The Ray Rubber is too good to see, mate. He said, no, I want to get it as good as they are. This little win from the guy and the league order gets to the home. Off that tape price, it's right 350 on super tabs. It's doing well, tabs 220, that's for that. And 245's the starting price. I just check that and make sure that it's 100% correct. That'll be the question. That was the electrifying issue. Well, those are a good deal more for the current and just like the Woodlands, just a different brain. Third goes to Champagne Express. 4 goes to number 9, one of the PBS. And the new bowl made up around that. It was told last while, Harbour area is 2 biggest drop, 8.269, 1.11.25 at the time. It's a net of 11 before, So the exciting way to him to start proceedings. That was some sort of a win. I know, Ray's not surprised.
8 to 6 9. So 8 was the favorite. It was a beautiful horse. Odds were 8 to 7 and 5. But through the rails, we had 6 and 9 here. So that happened. 8 to 6 and 9. The 2. Beautiful. We'll go to the next. Looks like we are in a good place. 8 has been scratched. 1, 7, 5, and 3.
She was probably not on her best behaviour today. She's a typical filly. She's so calm at the start, so I just have to go for plan B. And she was a little bit keen throughout the run, and she was straight out a lot of horse underneath me. And she would have laid in. She's still doing a few things wrong, but she did a really good shot of foot.
We think we went Simon Wild looked like sort of had the race sewn up, and you were a long way off.
Yeah, look, I was a little bit concerned, but I could see it was backing late, and I knew I could a lot there, so it was really good for the group today.
What sort of field do you think you did?
Yeah, look, a pretty nice field, but as I said, she's doing a few things wrong, so once she had a little bit more racing underneath her, she'll gain a lot more experience, and the ability will start.
Things off on a good four. How's the track feel after one?
Yeah, look, I love this track. It's in perfect condition here today. It was nice to be given it, and it should race well.
Well done. Go and enjoy it.
Thank you.
Six nine, then by 1 1/4, 1:11:25. Okay, John, let me get my glasses and try and have somewhere here. They're on my John. Yeah. I'm going to do this for you now, brother. Down. Okay. 5, 4, 3. Thank you, John. I hope you enjoyed the first race. By Billy Ivan. Blistering performance and a good day of racing. Just quickly going through the card. The next race, they've got Observer very short. I couldn't take the price, it's now $1.55. A sequence with balls going forward. It's run at Kimberley. We'll see it in this. So, very big chance there. The third race of the day, Bluestone, should just was not going to lead. It's an airborne horse. Lovely horse, beautiful nature animal. With the underdog, fantastic. Format of the race. Good handle the big weight rise.
I really like silent shares. I think you can sit on the speed and rinse in the pod, look two very good chances in the race. Infinity Imperium.
Right, this is the second one here at Sandown today, and if we look through the odds, it's 1, 7, 5, and 3. Now, 1 is the favorite, 7, 5, and 3. If we look through the rails, then we do get the 1 on top, exactly like this one. Now, this is colt and gildings. There are colts and then there are 2 gildings in this race. Ideally, the one should win. Ideally, the one should win. With the pressure, with everything that is happening, the one should win. But, which is a big but here, that all the horses that are within the odds, they are all colts. And we don't have a single jockey which is a friendly jockey. That means these colts have never been ridden by these jockeys, which makes it very volatile. Why? Because will they run is a big question. Will they run is one of the biggest question, because if they don't run, if they do not listen to the jocks, I mean, I understand the pressure, the weight, everything is all good. But this thing has backfired so many times that I have lost the count. That if it's a colt, you need to have a friendly jockey, which is not the case. None of these jockeys have ever ridden any of these colts. So ideally, though, you know, if we do a little risk analysis on this. I mean, I generally do not like to go with horses that has just one race. The 8 won because it had 3 races with that pressure is okay. This one has just one race, and it is at a 65, which is almost as the same pressure of this particular horse. But this one had race experiences. It has 3 races back to back winning. That's I mean, getting into places. That is what that horse is. But this one is a 1400 meter, and the pressure on this horse with one race, that's huge. On the contrary, the 7 has been reduced. There is no pressure on this horse. That's the largest drift within this rails. But they also fail when they come here. The third one is this one. Both of them are colts, and there's a huge advantage on this colt that has been given because they have 0-0 races. They never had any races to go with. This is the first time they're going to do a debut, so there's a lot of advantage on these 2 horses. So that's the only one apart from this particular one, the number 6. None of them have has a jockey that has ever ridden any of these colts, and number 6 is something that doesn't fit into any bills, and they kind of like that. So I don't know. That 6 is a check, right? That's the only one which has a friendly jockey. Apart from all that is going on, I like the 7 because of what they are. Because of the number of races it has been to, and there is almost no pressure on this horse. They kind of have a more mature team. So that's my take. And the rest is up in the horse gods. We'll see how it works. I like the 7. I probably will go with we'll listen to what they have to say about the 6, because that's what I think is a good one. Good one, as in like it has the advantage of the jockey being, being friendly with the horse. The other one, which is definitely something to look at, is this gilding, number 2. So we'll take a look at number 2 and number 6 in the paddock. Other than everything is there within the rails, so ideally everything works here. 173 they have within the odds, we have them within the rails. The problem is they are all courts and they do not have a jockey which is a friendly jockey. So that's the only challenge. Apart from that, everything is good. So ideally, I would, from the bottom of my heart, I'd like to stay away from this one. Also, I do not have a clarity. I do not have a clue. I do not know what exactly will happen, because I don't like to play with colts unless they are they have a friendly jockey and they've been racing in the Grade 1 races. This becomes very dicey.
Here. And we're away and racing now. No Need to Rush and Pirate were probably two of the worst served at the start. The speed came from Dapper Don and Silver Chaos, and also Cracking Good Time and Appalachia are up there. And Caladan is now starting to swish right up on the inside with the pink cap. Back in about 5th or 6th is Musical Sunset, 2 lengths away to Pirate. Then came Light the Night, about 4 lengths away to Cockalichi Kid, who's back there with Galileo Gold and No Need to Rush. And midfield there is Autumn Frost. They turn the bend. Caladan, the favourite, closest to the inside. 400 to go. It's got the black jacket with the pink cap, led the way. Silver Chaos comes up alongside. 300 metres to go. Dapper Don down the middle, starting to run on. As the leader clicks up a gear now, Caladan. There's 200 to go now. And all of a sudden, the margin's 2 lengths now on Silver Chaos and Dapper Don. Then Appalachia, but the Caladan's in front here, the favourite. And with 75 metres to go, he's going to do this comfortably, Caladan. And wins by about 4 in the end. Silver Chaos second, third Dapper Don. And fourth will either be Pirate or Musical Sunset, who made some headway. From Cracking Good Time, Light the Night, Cockalichi Kid, Galileo Gold, from Autumn Frost, No Need to Rush. And Appalachia dropped out of it to run near last.
Well, Caladan's absolutely made a mess of it here in the first, defeating Silver Chaos with Dapper Don third and fourth will be Pirate number 5. So on the first 7, 13, 8 and 5, and it was a convincing victory there, John, for the field.
Very impressive over the last 200 metres there, Caladan. Yes, he had a nice run in front, but he was able to extend and came right away, and there's some big margins back through their field. He's beaten the second and third horses by either 4 or 5 lengths and run right through the line. So no doubt Richard Jolly will have something to take away with that. We know that he talked pre-race about the horse having some breathing issues and already going under the knife for a wind-off, but that looks like it's no dramas at the moment. Silver Chaos and Caladan both and Dapper Don both honest. Dapper Don forced to cover plenty of ground in this game.
Yeah, but his rivals with the wind issue, John, they were out of breath trying to keep up with him. After the opener, it's 7, 13, 8 and 5.
No, that's okay. So we'll leave that right down. It's 7, 13, 8, 5. Thank you. 7, 13, 8, 5. We're the interim numbers. 7, 13, 8 and 5. Time is 58.98.
Well, Richard, you expected him to be hard to beat, but gee, that was a demolition job in the end.
Yeah, it was certainly from a good draw. He got to be comfortable in the run and get to the fence.
Race 2 from Lakeside, the Tile Importer Handicap. 1,400 metres, good little race for the 2-year-old Gallopers to start the game coverage with the Toppy. Observer from the James Cummings arm of the Good Old Operation. Mark Zara in the saddle. Good run on debut, just getting rolled by Payne. Shadow. Terrific performance. He's been heavily backed in the past 24 hours, and I think he deserves to be an odds-on favourite in this field. I think he will be winning. It was a good run at his first career start. He went quick over 1,200 metres. He was picked up late, but that was a decent race. That was won by Planet Red. I think he finds the front easy in this race. I think he skips away coming down the dip, and I think he's too strong.
Well, I'm very impressed with what I've seen too, BZ. What a lovely, lovely horse this is. He's got a bit of wow factor, this fellow. I'm really quite taken by him. Gorgeous type, very athletic, extremely well prepared. Love him.
Euro bids a 2-year-old gelding by the Euro debuting for Steve Richards in the London bid goes on.
Still looks to be a work in progress. I don't think he's sharp enough to be beating a horse like Observer at this stage of his career. His recent jump outs have been okay. He goes from 1,000-metre jump outs to kicking off over 1,400. I think he's going to need every little bit of 1,400. He may want more ground in time. This could be a horse for the spring that gets up over 2,000 metres, but I don't think he's sharp enough to be
Really nice type of horse this, very handsome, very well prepared, and he's handling himself exceptionally well for his first day of the race. So I think this is a really good race. All the horses that I'm looking at here, I'm really quite taken by the quality, and I love the horse going forward too.
Horse 3 is a fellow debutant named Sky New, trained by Gavin Bedford, ridden by Bo Bird, who's a Dunstone colt.
I don't think he's totally screwed down just yet, but I like the look of this horse, and I like the way that he jumped out. His latest jump out over 1,000 metres, he finished fourth, and he only really got more blood. So I think at 1,400 was a nice kick-off point for him. Again, it may not be as sharp as a horse like Observer and maybe even Wentworth Falls, but again, another horse that in the spring, you could be looking at a horse that gets to 2,000 metres and maybe a large time.
Yeah, definitely. He's got a lot of spunk, this horse. He's really good looking, very athletic. He rates himself quite highly too. He's got a little bit of a pep in his step here. Been well prepared for today. Naturally, he's just got that tiny little bit of improvement as he starts his racing career, but nice horse going forward too.
Blue Inside is the second of Stephen Richards' runners here in race number 2. Jet Stanley is the late rider on.
He can't be critical of the stage of performance because he made his first start in a serious race behind Samudra. He was just run off his feet. I don't think he's a 1,000-metre horse, so I'm using that more as a trial. This is a better opportunity for him to rise his distance at 1,400. I don't think he's beat the favourite, and I didn't have it in my numbers, but maybe $61 is a big price for a horse who should be better suited now than horses today do.
He looks great. He will be all the better for having that race day experience. He's handling himself incredibly well here again. He looks like he's come on nicely from that run. He's coached in fantastic condition. I agree with you that he's found a pretty tough race here, but he's definitely been prepared very well.
Horse 5 is fighting for the Kieran Maryard by Luke Cartwright. Also looks another one of those gallopers suited up in trip.
I think he's suited up in trip, but I still think he's under the odds at $12. I've marked him sort of $20 plus here. He was pretty plain in his first career start. Yes, he got back in a race that he probably wanted to be up on speed, but he did find the rail, and I thought he only sort of plugged away and didn't really make that much impression. He might have a lot of improvement to come, but I thought there were much better chances of him.
He's quite a compact, round type of horse, this. He naturally just carries a little bit of condition, but you can see really good tone over his rib cage. So my first time assessing him, I'm assuming that is just going to be his shape going forward. He's pretty on the job here, but he's not wanting to overdo it. Coat's great. There's others that I've got ahead of him, but he looks very well.
Thunderbolt Way comes through a fairly strong race at Flemington, won by High Vol BT. How do you think that form will stack up?
I think the form will stack up. I'm not sure if this horse sort of went that well. He got back, and I still think it's just coming a little bit too soon for him at this stage. He's 1,400 minutes right on the lower end of his distance range. I think he'd be an out-and-out stayer. I don't think he's going to be sharp enough to do it.
That's the way he's built too, to my eye. Looks like he's just going to get over the ground. He's very tall and athletic. He's nice and light on his feet. Nice smooth action. I think that these races are just going to be stepping stones for him to get up over further deeper into the prep. But that shouldn't mean that you should dismiss him once he does get up over further.
Late tactics indication from the stable that Wentworth Falls aim to settle further form than the last time out. That was at Hawkesbury in a $160,000 run.
So look at their aeros pretty smart. I think there's some solid form around this from New South Wales, and the 3% of the stable back. He was the logical danger to the face observer. The intention to be further forward is another. I still think the observer gets too off front. I don't think sharp. I think it's the second pick, but I much prefer observer.
It looks fantastic. For a horse to have dapples like he does in June is quite remarkable. He's obviously exceptionally healthy and been very well prepared and trained by the team. He's handled himself great, just up on his toes ever so slightly at some point in time, but nothing that will impact his performance.
All right, BZ, 1,400 metres for the 2-year-old Gallopers here on Lakeside. How he seems to be.
I like the favourite observer. I think he'll win. Beat Wentworth Falls. I'd love to turn back time and have a crack at the $2.30 that was on offer yesterday afternoon or even earlier in the week. But alas, that is no longer. Punters have snapped it up.
So they're talking about the 4. The 4 is actually in the best hands. The 4 is a gilding, which is the best hands there. Comes from gate number 2.
Other horses that I thought did look well went absolutely magnificent this time of year, quite doubled up. And Sky Deal's a really nice spunky type of horse. It looks like it's going to appreciate getting over further, but this is a nice distance range to pick up in.
On their way to the barrier, race number 2, the Crown Porter Handicap. The third is short price favourite, $1.50.
Thanks for your time. Let's see more luck.
Oops. There's a global cooldown on that.
Down to do battle.
Things can change when we go to everyone's
I'm very scared to put money on this one.
just judging off the speeds of it because so far. I thought it was
I'll be out.
Strong the race was one of my better in that. So, okay, so is there ever, you know, hopefully the likely to be money's to take it on the back, but towards the other ones.
pretty excited because they've made their right to the
I like the 7, but they always default from that position. Rest everything is a gamble. That one has one race with a lot of pressure on it, plus it's a colt, unfriendly jockey. There's a lot of variables on that horse. Way too much risk.
You're right, big moves in there.
It's Lewis in the Thunderbolt flanking moving forward. He's 10 over and he's called race number 2. Fish fighter they lead forward, Sky Hill to get set, observe the move in. So come up there with the ball, then it's into the rain, just 5 days. To find out. He's an observer around the move in, so I'm trying to run to the first. Observe the moving end, we're going to set a run, 1400 metres, $1.45 to the boat now, this is real tomatoes. All set. Racing. Observe Wentworth Falls, leading one of the break from Sky Hill and Lewis, pushing forward Fish Fighters and Vermont to the front. They're followed by Thunderbolt, wide, court wide, pushing on, and a length of a half away Hero did. Observe Jenny getting across to the best, leads to the way, one over the moment, moving up is Wentworth Falls, 3 out, Fish Fighting the rail. Sky Hill is the centre, so the other Colt doing a bit of the work to the outside, the golden runner. Thunderbolt by second and third last on the bench, Lewis and Hero wins to the end. Observe getting into his rhythm coming down, hill leads to the way, going close to Wentworth Falls on the leg back, and looking at a quarter away on the best is Fierce Spider, and it's Shy Hill Lewis, and Thunderbolt way is still Hero bigger than the end. So at the moment, Zara's got control of the race, 600 metres down, leading the way on the $1.45 favourite. By a length or so, moving close to the other goal, the run on Wentworth Falls for the boss. Fierce Fighter, the best guy, you'll under pressure, Lewis is under the long way. And last of all, Hero, the observer just first along in front. At the moment, it's going better than Wentworth Falls. Found over 2 lengths. Trying to run on Lewis and Fierce Fighter behind those, but it's all over Red Rover. At the 200, observer 3, 4, 5, 6 in front. He's making an absolute mess of them.
7.
And this is as soft as butter the star. And out of the post, here's 21 by 5.5. Second prize going to Wentworth Ball from Skyfield, Blue Vincent.
4.
Thunderbolt
1734. We did exactly what was there. So what happened is it played through the rails 173. We did have all of them 173 within the box. That happened, and the 4 got in instead of the 5 and the 2. The 2 had issues with the side of the rails, so that's there. But 173. At times we just need to believe the mathematics. What? We'll go to the next. Seven has been scratched. 3, 9, 10, 6.
full of the first time, but he seems to really progress since his race and still like had to look around in front there. So I would have thought there's a bit of upside, much left in the tank in terms of distance.
Thank you.
Pre-race trainer here, we've got Jake McAtee representing Trap Down or horse number 6.
The horse has been racing well in Victoria. Where is it? Putty. Top of the game, is he? That's lucky too. It's been going well. Race number 2 coming up in Balaclava. John number 1 got Grand Forza. It's second up today. Had a run basically 12 months ago, but it had a run in the last week. We were at Balaclava a fortnight ago.
Showed some improvement at start number 2, but still was beaten 5 lengths in a race I think is a pretty moderate mate. I don't think this mate is much stronger, but he would need to improve.
$27 at the moment with Ladbrokes. Number 2, me name's Harry. That's up from Gawler last Wednesday. This one trained locally by David Halliday.
Still a mate in start number 16, but I think he'll run a good race today. He was a better effort last start at Gawler, and he did do a fair bit of work early in the run. He'll be fitter for that. He's coming into this off a quick backup. Inside gate on speed runner Jason Holder. He's entitled to do something here. If he doesn't, I don't know if he's going to be winning maiden for a while.
$7 with Ladbrokes. Number 3 is Canyon Wind. This is a newcomer for Stephen Theodore. It's only had one race start. That was for Melody Cunningham.
Started 100-1 on that occasion at Ballarat and didn't really get warm. On what I've seen, I couldn't come into it, but the Steve Theodore yard has got a great knack of turning horses around.
Okay, what about number 4, Areno?
On what I've seen, I'm happy to leave Harino alone as well. Drawn gate 11, you'd probably think that he will struggle a little bit. Got back in a recent Strath Almond barrier trial.
5 Sea Roads in your numbers, and also the numbers of race caller Tim Edwards. It's only had 2 runs for Chris Harrison.
Sea Roads has run well at both of them. Up at Port Augusta, he covered a stack of ground, and then last start at Balaclava, I didn't think he ran too badly. He made good ground. Yes, he was in a good part of the track, but this isn't any harder than that.
What about the 6 Until Dawn, which is your top selection?
Gets his chance in a moderate race Until Dawn. Probably not ideal coming back 200 metres, but he might still be able to lead or sit outside lead here. Comes out of a stronger maiden, the one that was won by Extinguished last start. Had every chance in the run, but that rating is okay.
$2.80 with Ladbrokes the favourite. $3.60 for the 7 Yes I Believe, the second favourite.
Coming into this a month and a half between runs previously with Clayton Douglas, this son of I Am Invincible. Was going okay until his last run in Victoria, where the rider felt that the horse might have been a miss. Had one jump out here at Northville, was placed under riding and weakened out of it. I didn't like what I saw in the jump out.
The rank outsider in the race is 8 Funny Feeling.
Funny Feeling actually showed some improvement last time and comes into this off a 7-day backup. So there's a couple of positives for you, but she has had 14 runs and is still yet to place.
Okay, $91 with Ladbrokes. The $9 to $26 chance Alabama Bell. We just snuck it into your top 4.
Didn't think she was hopeless, Alabama Bell, by a star young sire, Alabama Express. And even though she only beat 2 home behind Kersey on debut, there were some positives. She was behind every other runner coming to the home turn, and she didn't hold ground too badly. Goes up here to Balaclava again, gets a nice big straight to work with. Might have learned something from start 1.
The 10 I Can Hear Zoo, which is resuming for its 2nd campaign of racing.
I Can Hear Zoo had trialled up fairly enough before her first couple of starts, but didn't do too much on the track. Again, she's had a jump out followed by a barrier trial. Midfield behind Angel Talk in a recent trial under riding, probably didn't show enough.
12 She's the Rumour, a newcomer for Darryl Carrison. Taylor Johnston with the ride.
A little bit of money for this horse, She's a Rumour. Had one jump out recently on a synthetic track, wasn't knocked around, but that synthetic track, I'm not convinced that they're going to be great guides. She did jump out okay once back late last year. The stable support is interesting.
The 13 Stella's Charm having its 2nd race start.
Didn't do enough on debut. Stella's Charm beaten 10 lengths by the Sprinkler. It's a strong form race, but she didn't show enough.
14's Andy backing up from Gawler last Wednesday.
Wasn't a wet track there. It gets some gear changes, most notably visors going on, but didn't show enough in a moderate race on debut.
And 15, the Big Chunk, which you
Had a few chances to beat Chuck, but he has got a bit of early speed. He was a recent jump out winner up at Murray Bridge, so maybe he can show something, but the outside gate is never easy. Looks a pretty moderate race here. I went 6, 2, 5 and 9. My top selection Until Dawn is trained by Travis Dowdle. Jake McNee joins me from the Travis Dowdle stable. About 200 metres in trip.
Yeah, look, it's maybe not ideal, but he showed us enough toe at home that he should be able to show a bit of calm himself over the 12. We've got a wide barrier, but we've got the right man on board. He'd win on the bar and cat at the moment. So, yeah, everything looks to be looking forward to a big run.
Drawn a little bit outside middle, as you say. If he begins well, you'd like to settle on the first couple.
Yeah, go forward. Doesn't need to make the running, but go forward and jump and sit handy and come for one nice run.
To say he's been a little inconsistent so far would be an understatement. He's put in 2 handy runs and 2 shockers.
It's 2 handy runs were here, and they were both on a good form. And Strath Alvin, the day he ran there, it was a little bit wet on the foot. And first up, we didn't really know much about him. So, yeah, his 2 runs so far, they've been good. They've both been here, and he likes the top of the ground, so hopefully it's one of his better runs.
You've scratched a couple of the other runners today, but you've left Irresistible Bella in and you've gone with a gear change.
Yeah, Blink's back on. She ran a nice race last time without really threatening like she's going to win or anything, but she Blink is on and hopefully she can travel around nicely, and they'll just
at the shop.
Very good. And a great day for the stable last week. Not only with the winner, but you had the big charity from as well for cystic fibrosis.
Yeah, massive day for the team and for Travis' wife Emma. She does an incredible job. And yeah, between the whole team, it was a brilliant day. We had a lovely 2-year-old winner early on, and finished off with a great day and very grateful.
Well said. Well, best of luck here. You've got a very strong chance in what looks like a brutal race. Best Jack McAtee representing Trav Dowdle, who's still out of action after he did that Achilles playing squash a few weeks ago.
Yeah, exactly right. Now, John, the apprentice jockey is going to be in action on the squad court, your home court next Tuesday.
I was just talking to Dean Pettit out there on the track when we're having a walk. Pettit's out there, and he reckons he's going to take the racket and the running shoes. And I'll get that along there and have a little bit of watch. You might jump on the court as well. It should be good fun. The apprentices are a bit younger and maybe a little fitter than Travis, so I reckon their Achilles might stay intact.
Balaclava race number 2. We beat John's number 6, 2, 5 and 9. Race caller Tim Edwards with the 7. Yes, I believe. Yes, I believe he has. He's gone 7, 6, 5 and 10.
Played by Darryl Garrison. Until Dawn about to come in now. It'll leave. We've got 2 more right in here too. And a big chunk. So there's 14 of them here, just about complete. Fields most of the day during Balaclava today. Big chunk moves in, lights immediately turned on, very open race. So I believe the favourite over Until Dawn. They stand pretty well. In fact, the last one hasn't voted. Big chunk was going to go in, but didn't. Might have to get him this time round. The big chunk, the emergency, getting a start. You're about to walk in now, and that'll mean they're ready. So we're set. Getting by here. Look at the gate. Ready. Set to run. Away and racing now. She's the rumour off the inside, away fairly with Stella's Charm, and me name's Harry's up there too. Until Dawn and the red jacket starts to sweep down from the outside and going to cross the field now. Siambi gets up to about 5th from Canyon Wind. Then came Grand Forza. I Can Hear Zoo. The big chunk is deep around Alabama Bell. Yes, I believe in that group as well. Funny feelings on the fence. 2 back to Harino on the outside of Sea Rose. Leader is Until Dawn. And it takes the lead up on the side. Led past the 500 or 600 metre market lead. Second, my name's Harry. But all of a sudden, that pair sprinted away. 3 lengths on Sheik's the rumour. As Iambic in 4th position. Others headed in the field there by Alabama Bell. Nothing really making any ground. Yes, I believe a mile out of it, starting to get to the outside. But it's Until Dawn, and my name's Harry at this stage. They're settling down to fight it out. She's the rumours 2 lengths away, running on. It's Until Dawn. Me name's Harry. They're fighting this one out. 75 to go. Until Dawn's lifting here. She's the rumour gets to 3rd, but Until Dawn's too good. Hard against the fence. 2nd, me name's Harry. 3rd, She's the rumour. Canyon Wind got home and got 4th from Ziambi. Yes, I believe. Got a mile out of its ground. Did some work, lad.
Right, this is the 3rd one here. If you look through the odds, it's 3, 9, 10 and 6. If we look through the rails, we get all of them here. And 3 is the favorite. 3 is the linear. Up till 2000 meters, it's a clear shot that the linears will win if they're within the rails. It's a 2400 meter. But I'll take the chance on 3. Up till 2000 meters, it is a clear shot. 2400 meters might be a little steep, but it is a linear. It's a 481. So the pressure is working here at Sandown. There is no doubt about it. So that's that. The other intriguing one is the one here, which is number 2. So we'll listen to what they have to say about number 2. But 3 is pretty much neat. And in this one, the jockey has a lot of advantage. So we'll see that as well. 43. We have all of them within the rails, so it's probably here. Apart from this one, the 6 is got a little issues with the rails here. This one had a little issues with the rails, it did not get through. The rest everything got through. But here, these two are definitely within the rails. This is also there. The largest drift is 4, which is here. That is always a check. That's the largest drift. And this is also tailing. So we'll listen to 2 and 4 and we'll take the final call. But 3 looks okay. 3 should be getting it.
Well, Connor, you turned up here today with a good book of rides. I think you might be favourite actually at the start of the day in the Jockey's Challenge. So obviously nice to get on the board.
Yeah, 100%. Charlie feels there's a lot of confidence coming in here. He just jumping off forward and make his mind up early. The only thing we were concerned about was coming back to 1200. So he just didn't really travel early. But today, being in front is probably the best he's ever travelled around. And you know, he's actually the line going strong and showing good attitude.
You were drawing one lap, so he had to use some petrol, I guess, to get across. But he seemed to do it quite comfortably.
Yeah, he hit the lids very well and took a bit of right to get away from him, but I was pretty sure I clear all the way across and slotted in nicely and kind of as simple as I possibly could.
What did you think when Stubby sort of ranged up alongside you really in the home straight?
I thought he was going to come by me in one go, but to be fair, my lad is, as I say, showed a good attitude and fought back nicely.
Okay, as I said, you got a good book of rides. Good luck for the rest of the program.
Thank you very much, appreciate it. Cheers, man.
Simon O'Donnell on one
Patient that Michael asked the question of today, so we'll know after the race, obviously, but he settled up well.
8th is last grader for the Whitworth team. 15 points in the saddle from barrier 1. It's a good return, chasing Hardicapping in the first couple of seconds.
And a notification they wanted to further forward in the run. So from the inside gate, he's one of the prominent horses here. I think the overall form of this Gallagher last race needs to improve to win, but he's a consistent start.
He is, and he's been putting together a pretty good record, hasn't he? He's only still fairly lightly raced. We know the Rebel Raiders get better with time and experience. It's quite an athletic body shape, this horse, not throwing any excess condition at all.
Sunday this horse night, who also comes through the race that was won by Bluestone here on the 21st of May.
She gets a 2.5 kilo swing in the weight in her favour for that defeat, but I think Bluestone had a tougher run in transit and was dragged away from her getting close to the post, but I think she would need the favourite to really break down to beat the train.
She looks very similar to how I saw her here at Sandown a couple of weeks ago. She's got herself a little bit more down the back. She's just a touch richer in her coat, but nothing that's going to impact the performance.
Big run last start from Prince of Byron over 2,460 metres in Geelong. It's both the captain VD and benchmark with the upgrade. I think that's a really good point. He's quite short here for a horse that's having that one win. he was beaten to 58 last time. Yes, he gets down to the weights, and while this is a good four track, it's not as though it's super firm. His chances will dramatically increase. I think he's a real wet tracker, and to jump out of the ground at some stage through himself when he does get on wet ground, but I believe his track is still pretty
Very consistent horse in the record that he's been putting together, and albeit that is been slightly weak. He's very good. He's been through preparation. It was nice and bouncy in the yard without overdoing it.
All right, Zedai, Bluestone, the best bet on the program. Now, King, I think it's a progressive horse, and the $3 plus that was available yesterday afternoon and this morning has been clearly snapped up. The closer we get to the race, it seems to more kids are happy to be with Bluestone. I think he's a nice horse from a good stable that know how to train stayers and looks well placed for the event. So Bluestone on top, some process of danger. Swain should lead, but I think he will struggle to run out a strong 2400 and 55. Keep on 300.
I'm keen on him too, BZ. He is all the way from me, Bluestone. I thought he set it up beautifully again today. Really nice young progressive stayer. Looks a beautiful race for him on paper, and looks like to be the one to beat in my eyes as well. A couple of other horses that I thought started up looking in good order. Slane's very consistent, a little bit of a high energy staying horse. And Last Raider, I thought was very, very fit. He come to hand pretty quickly for the preparation. But Bluestone on top for me.
Driving at the barrier now. For the race Bluestone, this campaign, $2.40 at the VAT, the favourites, playing $7.50. Ghetto Superstar at $7, $6.50, Sun here, Prince and Byron at $6. Start time is under 3 minutes.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Doug, and I thought your horse saddled up looking great here, Last Raider. How's he come through his run at Montfort? We know the Rebel Raiders, they just get better the further that they step out over ground, and with
On
more
Amber
maturity
Palace
as well.
behind the machine and Prince of Byron moving around behind the They're also Sun here, the Superstar, Ghetto Superstar. Last Raider, Bluestone.
So he's a good ride. So taking too long to stop from him, but really happy the horse's preparation.
Got a great woman on board in Christine Pools. It's great to see her with the ride here in town on a Wednesday as well.
Yeah, well, she should probably sleep with this horse instead of a great man. And, she just loves this horse and knows him so well. And, he goes well for us, and we stick with it.
Are you worried about the low draw with him just getting back a little bit?
Yeah, there's a bit of problem traditionally he will be
The last Raider over there,
absolutely at the back, but
Sun moving behind the machine.
How many horses do you have lined up?
Just four, a couple of babies, 2-year-olds playing around with this bag for 1 more. Probably should have an extra couple in, but I think that's been to be we'll see how the couple of been works.
Well, I hope one of them's a champion for you, and this horse runs well. Best of luck.
Fantastic analysis, but even better bad from Doug
Bluestone and favourite, and also three.
watching as well, BT. I was in the sun, so we just watching up on the big process there. All right, BT, minutes to go.
Bluestone so far.
The program, the market's got
Nothing short of Bluestone.
last rate of move up. It's on the second up.
Sun about to do cheers. Prince of Byron down and forward. It's in the sun, he's coming back to the and Sun about to move in. Up he goes. G'day, Superstar moves in. In the lead stable. Bluestone moves up. Bluestone carrying. Shot set up where. So get moving in and filling in the gate position. They're coming up well. Third on the card. Three on the profit firm.
Slow moving and been straight ball on the high track to the ground and leading. We can't run down. Here's to the riders. Alhambra Palace. One of the Australians yet. And they're all set to run. Starting at the top of the outside track. Ready to run. Hold. Sun moving head. He jumped okay with the Blue Star. Slate one at the start. Last rider on the fence away well. From the deep two, coming across, really sun into the fence over the grey Blue Stone. They're followed by Richard Byron, Sun, Ghetto Superstar. Carlos Jag came on the bench playing the ball as they come down the stretch on the Slate leads the way. The last race, the zoom going up, really the sun, just keeping it a little bit loose at the moment. Sun behind the boat. Richard Byron, well back to the field, Ghetto Superstar. Hard by our field. The straight, the Slate, making the ball right down on the bench, leading the way. Last race of the rail, really the sun, 4-2 lengths away. Running along the last bar, and it's still live now as soon as they go to the back. It's G'day Superstar. Inside the 1400 metres mark, Slate is up in the air, strides along for a last rated by a length. Lead might be just a bit away from the bench right at the peak. That's Jockey Bot. Soon as the neck away third, 2.5 there to Privilege Sun, 2.5 Blue Stone. For Brian Gallum for a smallish field. Sun gets on to the best sport class. Princeton Byron, Alhambra Palace in front of it. Ghetto Superstar is back at the rear as they go up to the next corner. 1,000 metres to run, Slate is rolling along in front of the last rider, who's right behind the top weight. 2.5 lengths away in third, two, Privilege Sun, Blue Stone. Sun, Princeton Byron, Alhambra Palace, and Ghetto Superstar with all to do. As they come down the side of the track, racing towards the 750 metres mark, Slate stretches them out, look at a half last rider. 3 lengths away, Zoom under pressure. Then came Sun Gimbal. Sun gets left Blue Stone behind because Blue Stone's out 14, starting to work into it now. But nickel that for a Privilege Sun, Princeton Byron, Alhambra Palace, Ghetto Superstar. Slate giving them a very dance to the chase. In the stretch, down by the 350 lengths, 3 lengths Sun Gift. Blue Stone under pressure needs to lead. They've got to get the Slate. Then Alhambra Palace favourite in the truckload and Payne can't win. But Slate can hit, Brian going proudly. Slate bombed away from them. Never out really. Mike is very best in front. Slate killed them. 3.5.
1-6.
On 4. Princeton Byron, Alhambra Palace. Last rider was Doomben at that last. See that horse in great form. Slate up the front, right throughout the race. You're just wondering what the opposition are going to do because he was absolutely trucking along in front and it's never ever looked like it declared very significantly at any stage. So he's found his legs going to the front, getting over to the ground, and he's sort of high the reel. And the others just never got up to the race up, give him a chance as well, but the winner was way too good. Blue Stone never a chance, gone about 600 when they quick and just would go with it, and the lead just got too well in front. Get ready to do a sexual breakdown. It looked like Slate was just really there to suit himself. And they had the lead stage, sitting well away from the best home stretch. 1936, 231.7, here to go quickly.
1936. So what happened? What happened is that one went through and it is because of the jockey, the handicapping on the jockey. This is also a good horse. It is not that it is a bad one. It is also a good horse, but It's a 2400 meter. Up to 2000 meter, this is good. But when it becomes more than that, then the other factors do get into place. And this, they have been doing good. They're the best hands. But that is it. We'll go to the next. 3, 5, and 10 scratched. Nine, 2, 4, 1.
I think something you said from.
Yeah, no,
Keep it to really happy to have you. I'll get the Doomben brought up. Thank you. All right, so this fine representing Eddie's approach. Come back with a 3-day holiday up in Queensland to life and away from front. It's not a long time opposite, but hopefully that's a welcome back present to EJ if you're watching the program. Congratulations. Terrific performance. So, a couple of runs in Clearburn over his last couple of starts. He's been brave up on the speed. He won last speed and also clear. And before that, he was only beaten by Oliver. He shadows at the post. So, he's certainly got him going really well. That's a career win. Number 5 for him today. And he's been replaced at 9, 26 starts. So, of course, the performance is going to be well steered by Jamie Bond. Enjoying it today. But congratulations. He starts the front runner. Turned out to offer him after that. Yeah. All the way through the pub, keep going. So, you get the sense that maybe the top of the scratch and things, clearly the way to bet the other way, really making up consistent. Yeah, it would be able to go happy to raise time with it and way staying on. It's a nice day. Bit breezy out there, but nice to put me in this right. 100% purpose, nice in. I would know what I do all the way down. I found a key to this horse. He's a 5-year-old, nearly 6-year-old son of Highland Real, and prior to today, he's been largely tested at 1600 metre race. He won his first race at the 2000 metres last start. He goes 2400 metres. Absolutely smashed it.
Yeah, absolutely, really nice ride, but ride is such good performance. It's also putting together a really good record. That's in 27 start today, 5 wins and 9 line placing. That's even far. And that shows that EJ's placing more very well. They've obviously had to give him some time to mature. He's now a 5-year-old and a 6-year-old. He's really good at the straps with on pedigree and much big difference.
Might be a 1.5 mile horse to come. Let's see with Swain because he's now in 6th form. Why can't he keep doing that? Good performance here with 1 beats 9, 3, and 6. We go to a break on race. We got that.
Good Charles. The game's correct. One plate is right. Plate right. 1 time. 6, 3.5, 1.5, 1.
Weight is right after the previous two written weight. Lakeside, sports said Lakeside, weight run.
He probably haven't had clear air to wind up. Last start was up in great on Saturday, so back to class 1 Todd.
And this is the fourth one here. If we look through the odds, it's 9, 2, 4, and 1. If we look through the rails, then sorry. We look through the rails, we get all 4 horses here, but out of which 9 is the only one here within the rails and 4 within the rails. So these 2 horses essentially have the physics with them. The rest are there. Now it's at 1200 meter. The 9 is the favorite, right? That's the linear. It's a 304. 663 on this. This is 40. It's not going to be easy because there are these horses which are spell horses with a lot of advantage on this side, especially the 2 which has been set as an EW. It's got 11 races. It's got 11 races, and then it's been set as an EW here, out of which there were 5 league races which are also there. So it's got the physics, should win. We'll see what they have to say, and if it doesn't get tailed, I'm going to go with 9 again.
To complete the line. So we're all just about set.
I'm going to be back from the washroom in a jiffy.
It's got barrier one here. They're all in. Set to run here. Stand by for the third. Gates track back. Take a pick was one of the last away up the inside. And speed came in the middle here from Silent Emmy, racing in the industry colours, going forward looking for the lead. Ambitious Creek's following it over. Estefan's on the fence in third. Fourth is Namagi, and fifth there is Warrinya, one off the inside. 3 wide is Menace to Sobriety. He enters 4 wide, trying to find a spot. Take a pick, meanwhile. The favourite's halfway down, tucked in on the fence. About 3 back the inside, in fact. Then came well back is Light My Way. Then I'm Permissible, and Georgie, as expected, goes back to last. Must be 7 lengths off the leader. Leader is Silent Emmy out at the back straight, led by a length to Ambitious Creek in second. 1,600 metres to go. They're 3.5 lengths on Estefan, and Namagi is covering that particular runner as Ambitious Creek goes up for a look for the lead here and puts the spice on early. 1,400 metres to go. The speed's been good. Midfield then was Take a Pick. It's nailed to the rail in fifth. They run down the back. The Anter's outside of it. Gee, there's some spaces here between horses. 4 lengths to Light My Way. Then Warrinya, Menace to Sobriety. Gee, the speed's good for Georgie. We know that she'll be getting home hard. She's back second last, and I'm Permissibles in that same category as well. 1,000 to go. Ambitious Creek's keen to get this over with and dashes away now, led by 3 lengths. Second place in Silent Emmy. 4 lengths away to Estefan in third from Namagi. Take a Pick's done no work. He's on the fence. He's travelling well. As they run past the 800, then came Pienza. All of a sudden, the leader's margin is coming back rapidly now. Light My Way's back in about 5th last. Then came Menace to Sobriety. Warrinya. Georgie's got a lot of work to do with I'm Permissible. Look at Take a Pick. He's just ambling up to them now, 400 metres to go. Here he comes, the favourite. They run inside the 3. Silent Emmy takes over. Take a Pick's on the scene quickly. Estefan down the middle. Then came Pienza. Take a Pick. It's D-Day now. He looms up alongside the leader. Puts his head in front. Silent Emmy's trying to kick back the inside. They're clear of Estefan. It's Take a Pick in front, though. He was the horse you wanted to be on the run, and he's careering away now. Take a Pick opens up, races away. Second place is going to be Silent Emmy. Third, well, that'll be Estefan, just ahead of Namagi. Others headed by Menace to Sobriety. Light My Way, Pienza, Georgie. She did not run on whatsoever. Then came behind those Ambitious Creek. I'm Permissible, and Warrinya was last in.
6, 10, 8 and 4 here. Take a Pick. John's on fire with the pre-race interviews. He believe the 3. Stephen Theodore this time supplying the winner, and the pre-race challenge on panel, the winning rider. Solid, it was really good. It led, was headed off by Ambitious Creek at a pretty fast tempo. Ambitious Creek's followed up, but Solid Emmy has beat the others comfortably. Estefan runs third, and Namagi fourth. 6, 10, 8 and 4.
If you can't take a pick before the race, you couldn't be more happy with how that turned out from barrier to box. Never in any doubt, settled beautifully underneath top panel with that gear change. Never left the rail, and I reckon that's a big advantage today, and has absolutely tried away to it.
Has he watched it?
Yeah, very much so. You know, as I said, he's won brilliantly first up, and 1,400 was way short of what he can be, but he's good enough to do it, and then it's just derailed, bad luck after bad luck. Bad tracks, you know, they don't, that tight turning tracks, you know, still have to and do that and make it better. Got the right run today. You know, we made gear changes, and I ran last year, 2 weeks ago, told them, thank you, Mel. And
Two quick ones. Also just on Mel, great news that she posted Alana Livesey back riding track work.
Yeah, definitely. It's the Jockey rates are always a better place for seeing. Let me just quickly thank Donna and Captain Vince.
That's where I was going next.
So this is the first horse that's trusted with me, and
You know, we've got a couple of weeks now. Obviously, the horse will ran when he first started for me, ran fourth in race one, and there's I think 2 or 3 more coming next week. So it's an honour to train for him, and you know, if we keep doing a job like this in the box to set up Australian numbers up in race 2, and they're just absolute pleasure to train for. They allow me to do my job, and I think they love to with you. Get the moment we can have a look at it.
And it's decent colours, and they can find a decent horse as well.
Yeah, they love a stayer, so hopefully we might have another couple of that.
Well, thanks for that, buddy. Let's take it back.
a rapid. So I think she needs to improve. She needs to jump up.
The neck part is really big. It's not overly big. She does everything right, I might say. Very fit. The great tone over with magazine. It's starting out really nicely, but I do think she needs to continue to progress on her most recent one.
7 years S12, who led us one well, holding off that bit along the first up. Still has barriers, dead easily. So the feeling I've got here from barrier 2, she's the one who was trying to front control the race. Something critical of the way that she went. She was almost switched off in the final 200 metres to the post. So she may have some more upside. The first preparation was only 30, so it's taken another to prove this time. She could give them something.
Right, it's good. Really, she's very tall, very deep for her girl. Quite an athletic Frank, doesn't play at all. She's a similar one to Chili Reese. It's hard to even make. I think probably starts. It's a pretty easy sort of a race, but she definitely sums up there very well the first time seeing her.
The fourth of our 5 last start this event is horse 8 Silent Tears with Good Jockey on the saddle, as it was when she was a odds-on favourite for Grandstand. There was a lot of merit to that win because she didn't begin all that well over 1,000 metres. She was racing back of the field. And the second to the markers fell at the front, skipped away. Silent Cares was good enough to pick her up. I think she was suited out 1,200 metres. I think she potentially set a little closer on that inside floor. She doesn't so fast on the action. So there were big things in her favour. I've got a second.
Yeah, she's all neat here. She's not carrying any excess condition. She's got a funny shape, but she's quite long for her height in the way that she's put together. She's not carrying any excess condition. You can see that she's quite long through the barrel there. No excess weight on there. She's getting a little bit more on her back, such that not any impact on her. She's not excess.
Tuscaloosa Gem is our favourite in the market. Easy to see why when you're looking at her form on paper, particularly given that she beat Billy Ivy in the last start just around the Gold. That was the fast time as well. And she managed to get a one run. She shouldn't have picked the powers. She was beaten on day 2. I think she had excuses. She certainly had excuses for the second group start, and it all worked out well for her last time. But she's a nice filly that's improved with every run. She managed to get a beautiful run here. While she is short of 2:35, I think she's pretty good.
She looks outstanding in the yard too. She couldn't look any better. Absolutely spot on with her fitness. Still dappled up over her hindquarters. She's done everything right.
10's out, 11 is Eagle Express from Shoeming for Chris Waller and Barzaro this afternoon. A couple of gear changes like a get off, and the inside couple check it as well. Quite like the way that she jumped out leading with this campaign. Her form from last preparation suggests that she made points this run, and I appreciate the step up and trip it a little further, but she did try quite sharply, so the statement's not having the best run of weight, but given the power of their team, I imagine that's going to turn first.
She's a really powerful meeting filly is. She's got a really big action. Not afraid to use it here either. You can even see there the way that she's striding out. She's nice and loose, she's supple. Her fitness is pretty good. I think that she's got nice natural improvement to come with this run under her belt, but she looks like she's got a good ground in there.
Right, Zarafa, that is the man for the coverage for the 3-year-old fillies of 12 minutes, 5 minutes to the shift. The starts on, line them up for it. The way this race pans out, I think Tuscaloosa Gem gets the run of the race just in behind the leaders, and I think she'll be the first one to be very hard to beat. The danger, I think, is Silent Cares and Heinous and then Twins in the pot, but I'm 9-8 forms.
I see them in a very similar way to you, BZ. Tuscaloosa Gem on top of her too. She couldn't look any better this filly. She looks outstanding here. Dappled from head to toe. Fitness is absolutely spot on. Great time. Lots and lots of tips. Cannot fault the way that she's been turned out. A couple of others that I thought that looked really good. Miss Swift's very consistent. She's quite a tall, athletic type of filly. She looks really good here. She's putting together a great record. She's had us up in good order. Heinous was awesome first up too, but I'm with you, the 9 on top of the 8.
We wait the barrier stalls for the running of the Tobin Brothers Celebrate Lives Handicap. Start time is under 3 minutes. Tusky against the Jim Warm favourite, 2:30. It's Galution Jim Silent Shares.
Swell
Well,
going.
you're playing assistant trainers or racing managers today, and then you're going to be doing something else on the weekend. Would you like to inform us what you're up to?
Yeah, lucky enough to win my first AFL up one game on the weekend, so hopefully between now and then we can get a few winners out of the way and then we can focus on that on Saturday and hopefully post game on Queensland derby.
Could be a very big week for you personally and on a work front as well. I'd always remind you that you get to the races, I'll see you out running laps and laps and laps. You're a very good dude, so it's a nice achievement to have the first proper game.
No, I'm really looking forward to it. It's the benefit of the race. I think there's no trees around, so the GPS gets proper connection. I don't use any places to run. I do so fitness and that stuff. I'm happy. I don't want to be in the
That's what's going to make you sure you feel safe. Rinsing a punch comes through in order just to stop back running today. Oh, sorry. Correct myself there. I looked at the wrong horse. Miss Swift, let me start again. She's been going absolutely super. She's won her last four.
This is the start.
I would have been race as well, but no, it's not the work switch to swim at this now, right? For the trial to long, leading into the run there, but the shoes, balance shoes, principle, finally got this stepped up over the last couple of months since they've started trialing on that mini grass track. The races, super right for the top. At Caulfield, to be playing again. This one where there's not enough weights from us down the bottom.
Putting together a great record. She's only lightly raced. She's won the first nine.
Around to see two.
Yeah, this is a really optimistically working country. China maybe is a strong too. Deep end as well. Stepped up to the 1600. Oh, and maybe as well. Probably wasn't suited. Kept getting shorter trips where she's shown that she's got sustained speed. Hopefully that can be our sixth race.
What would be plan A? She does have to overcome a little bit of a heavy weight we're even on this very, very good plane.
Yeah, no, we're up to overcome Tom Slayer away, so hopefully we can get a few more wins with him before it goes. Looks to be a little bit of speed on paper and essentially really enjoying life the government side. We really consider ourselves with time and well with his claim and hey, that's the post ground so much here for the top of one of the weight so even it's before but hopefully be there right in.
Good luck to you and also good luck on the weekend.
Thank you. Yes, echo those views. Jockey Howard to be a part of the AFL for stage year. Could see if they call up all the run up of 47. It start on the right note. Last time, where this sort of top selection get to the right with the winning tough prices the roll. The Gems the first two low. Swell and it is on straight like it's like it's like what's lost. The action's been heavily haters comes in, it's underway. It's moves up and swell gets to lose again. Very low. Just a swell. Ross. It's right now. Bring a little bit of see. Alabama Express first team. A really nice little legal express move in. We really said to brothers celebrate lives. We're seeing the hard moves up. Get a good chance today. Favourite is drawn to the mile, past the loser, James Gates went back, past the loser again and again, Will with Swell, looks to the front, rinsing the body to the start. Swell races clear off, taking it down by a little so past the loser again, and right forward with Swift. 2 leads away, silent shares, the Eagle Express outside there. Haynes well back with Chili Green, where it brings it in a pod last pull. Swell leads the way by with the half and down to the 800 metres mark. This Swift went to a clear second half back on the fifth over, Eagle Express silent shares. Then Chili Green well back, Haynes brings it in a pod. Front runner is the Swell, but the beach leads the way by 1 length on this. We're going closer. Running the Swell, the tail, a little bit on the best time. You're losing the game, looking for the clear run.
Keep position. Come on, move it. Let's start. Let's start. Move it. Come on, baby.
That's well into the front runner, leading the way narrowly.
On the outside, England friend for the side, shed burning through at 12 in front of the
11.
and popped up in third position, getting through with song shed late.
That's a bad one.
Not far away, pulling up was Hayden Tucker's and James. This went well back, and Chili Reaper in front of those. And able to go all the way.
1. Oh, 7.
Got awfully close the last little bit, and silent shares between them. Reaching a pod forward wide out.
7, 8, 11.
Try to make the run. Wasn't quite good enough.
What the-
Well, strong there.
7, 8, 11.
Seventy lemonade to 2, 1 minute similar to the previous full 100. The winner had to swell, getting Geelong first up. Gold in there, and there's Tanner Merritt's been able short half in the margin. Second prize in the race going to number 11, Express Martar and Fish Swallow. Third in the race, short Nickelway, Silent Share, just wait for the run, but had a chance to nail down at 2. Where's the other one got back on a good rally, the Sippo would appear to cinch the race on Will Ford. Hustle Lewis, the general, finished third in front of Payne. 7, 8, and 2, 7 minutes and 8, 2. And on the trackside, but it's in the actually quite late. The post there, is it late?
Yes, absolutely. Terry, you're so just in time as Tom Cavendish. I'm very happy to
So what happened? That 7 went through.
looking for the winning place to come up. Probably wouldn't have wanted it today. Using speed, better stride on the front. That's actually one of the made long. Disappointed in stride and sort of paid off today.
It's obviously a very impressive mate winner to always hard to come into town and win their next start. But when she drew low and Vinny was available to be engaged again, did you come to the race with a little bit of confidence?
I'll be very happy with that. I don't think it's ran quite some time.
So as we were walking down here, here's a big girl, and it looks like there's still a little bit of development to come. Is that exciting?
I think it's there and sure about a wing back, probably that time now, but it's very well practiced. Normally,
Congratulations, great result. There's Tom Cavendish, winning trainer, and then to make decision right in. Congratulations. She's certainly speedy and it worked out bad today. Running out of gas pretty low. The most impressive part of the race.
Devon, welcome to the channel, Devon. Race 1 and 2, race 1, 2 and 4 all went to the best jockeys. Yes, that's more or less what it looks like, Devon. But it's a benchmark 64. That shouldn't be the case, but that's what has happened. The thing is, so generally they have to be within the box here, and if we look at the results, that's 7, 11, 8 and 2 all here, 7, 11, 8 all here, and except the 9. The 9 had all the physics. I don't understand what exactly. There's a problem that is visible. This jockey This jockey is definitely not a man the best, and the advantage is not great on this. If we look at the jockey pressure, so we do get 8 on top, which is a better jockey, and this one is not. 8 comes in here, then comes 7, which is again a better jockey. So these two, they went through 7 and 8. This was I mean, that's all the jockeys, you understand. It's if we look through the jockey handicapping, that's 7, 11, 8. That's where it stands. But if that's the case, then and then we get the 2 also. Then we get the 2 also. 7, 11, 8 and 2. That is what has happened. 7, 11, 8 and 2. So 7, 11, then 8 and 2. We get through the jockey. And it is because of these morons, they just did not deliver. The 9 was the 5th handicapped jockey. The 9 was the 5th handicapped jockey, which was not able to deliver this. But that's a bad one, actually. I mean, honestly, a benchmark 64 should not be playing like that. If the jockeys are going to win, thank you for doing that, Devon. Thank you so much for doing that. A lot. See, Devon, the thing is, you know, so we're calculating the spell. We are calculating the spell. All right. Now, the point is this, that if you're racing, and I'm sure you have your own experience in racing. I don't have much, but I believe numbers. So the point is this, that yes, we have the jockey sorted. There's no issue about that. We've got the jockeys. The jockeys are here. All right. But in that case, what happens to the horse? If the jockeys are going to win, then then it becomes dicey. Then you either choose a horse or a jockey. I'd choose a horse any day, but we just faced it. We just faced it. But we'll see what happens to the next. But thank you, Devon, for being here. 3, 6, 8, and 12 has been scratched from the 5th one. This is the 5th one. 3, 6, 8, and 12 has been scratched. 10, 1, 13, and 2. 10, 1, 13, and 2. 10 is the favorite.
We know Ross Day has the heavy stand down at her property at Mallinong, so I'd be guessing that Flipper would have been doing plenty of work on a heavy stand to get himself fit for this. I'm going to have a quick chat to John Cornell, who's Going to tell us a bit about the interesting news that Racing SA had with their drought relief package for retired racehorses. John, the package was announced earlier this week, and it's, I believe, $300 per racehorse if they're eligible to apply.
That's exactly right, John. We at Racing SA certainly realise that the cost of feed and everything has gone through the roof since the lack of rain, and we are in drought conditions in a lot of our states. So we know that our participants do a fantastic job caring for their retired horses. So we just thought we'd give them a little bit of a help along. And so it's $300 per horse. We released it yesterday around lunchtime, and by lunchtime today we're well in excess of 300 applications. So it's been very well received.
It's both approved reholders of the horses and also existing industry participants are eligible.
All right, so if we look at this one, this is the fifth one here, and the odds are 10, 1, 13, and 2. So that 10 is the favorite, then 1, 13, and 2. If we look through the rails, then we get these two, 1 and 2, within the rails, and then the 13 is here, which has one side of the rails, definitely has problem with physics. But that's that. The largest drift here is 7. So that's the largest drift. It's an inner drift over 1600 meters, so that's the largest drift. 10 is the linear, but it is here. Okay, it's not possible. Technically speaking, it is not possible for 10 to get through. If we look through the jock, then we get 5, 11, 13, 15. These are the jock pressures, all right? Then we get this 5 right on top with one of the best jocks. That's the jockey handicapping. In simple words, it has got nothing to do with how many races the jockey has won or how the jockey statistics is, but it is plain and simple, you know, how the jockey is reacting with the weight that has been assigned to the horse. So that's how it is calculated, and this is the reverse cycle where, you know, it shows whether it is capable of delivering that, which is here. Now we get that, and through the rails we have 1, 2, 3, wherein this one is neutral. 10 is the favorite because it has been to a group 1 race and actually got placed in that group 1 race. But here the circumstances are very different. It doesn't have the physics to win this. 1600 meters, it is not possible for this to win. And there are neutrals, so the neutrals are going to be they generally don't win, but looking at the situation, there's a huge possibility that things might work that way. But yes, 1 happens to have the rails from the top, and then this is the second linear, which is here, which is 2. Now, the problem with 2 is this jockey has never won a race here in this track. It's never won a race. But he's got the second favorite horse. I mean, the second best horse, the second linear. This is the first linear. This is the second linear. This is the third linear. And that's the highest outer drift, which is also a linear. Now, in this given condition, this horse will take a look at the jockey pressure, which is here. That's the lowest on 5. And if that gentleman nails it through, then there's nothing that can happen. That's 5, 6, and 5. That's a drift. For a drift, it is not a problem. For a linear, it is a problem. Six-year-old mare. 34. That's way too far. So this I don't think is happening. Out of these, this is tricky. Even this is also tricky. It is not that this is the great one, but this, go with the BB 31, 34. This is 38, 99 too. This is now the problem is this is a good horse, all right. Number 2 is the second linear, which has the physics. This one doesn't have the physics, but this one has the physics. But it has been assigned a jockey that I don't know whether it will work or not, because this jockey is handicapped in such a way that, you know, here on a 1200 meter, these guys did not work. Okay, these guys generally work on a 1000 or 1100 meter. That is where you need a fast start, and they work there. On a 1600 meter, you need these guys, and that's 13, but it doesn't have this side of the rail. Then we have this one, which doesn't have this side of the rail, the 5. But that's one of the best jocks with the jockey pressure on the 5. That's one of the best. Simple. 10 doesn't have any. 10 is on its own. 10 is on its own, baby. 10 doesn't have physics, 10 doesn't have jockey, 10 doesn't have a lot of stuff, but it is the favorite because it has been to one Group 1 race. So 1600 meter, we generally assume that, you know, 2 of these guys, like the BBs, would get in. 1400 meter and 1600 meter, 2 of these guys would get in the top 4. So here, if we try and do a little understanding what's going on, this guy with that pressure is absurd. I mean, yeah, I like the 2. It comes from gate number 4. It's a 5-year-old mare. It's a fantastic horse with everything good. There's nothing bad with this horse. But the problem is the jockey. Both cases, the problem is the jockey. And this one has the jockey, but has a problem with the physics. If it is about performance and all that, then, you know, we look at the gate speed, they all almost have the same. The 9 is here with no pressure from gate number 1. One and two, basically 1 and 2, but they will not be a queen. It is not going to be a queen because the gates are way apart. The gates are way apart. I don't like the jockey on the 2. The 10 is still okay, but it's a neutral. So the 1 is probably where is 1 standing on odds? 1 is the second one. So there's no point going with an EW on 1. Either the bet has to be a win bet on 1, then probably it will make sense. Or the 2 is in trouble because of this jock. I don't know what he will do. That is a very, very you need one of these guys to win with a linear. That's a linear pressure. But when you have these guys, then it is a problem. You cannot put pressure on these guys. Most of the times they are either jockeys with claims or, you know, some other advantage, disadvantage, penalty. Penalty will come here, but we generally it is difficult. So out of 1 and 2, I definitely like the 1. It is a neutral. It's a 1600 meter, but that's the best I think is possible. The other one that is quite possible is this one, because it is tailing. And if we look at the advantage, that's one of the highest advantage on this horse, but the jockey is that is another jockey with advantage. These jockeys are here, you see. 5 is the one with the jockey, but will that happen? Because this guy is the largest outer, and they generally are the second horse pool. They generally are the second horse pool. So if that is gate number 6, 1 is gate number 10. I don't have any other bets actually. It's either I go with 1 or I go with 2, where 2 could be a complete suicide because of this jockey. Seven and 4, 13 and 4 could be a place chance that is there, especially the 4. That's 37 negative 3. That's a huge advantage on that 4. So 4 is a check. This is a lot of advantage for that horse. And they are also tailing. So that is a place chance that might happen. This, I don't know where it stands. 10, I don't know where it stands. Thank you for being here, Devon. It's basically, I'm the kind of a guy who looks for physics into everything, and I've never believed the odds. I've never believed anything that the odds have to say. There's no clarity on what people actually speak. I'm sure that we all have been listening to the commentaries which are available all over the world. They talk, but they talk very blurry. They talk very gibberish. Number 1 has won a race 3 weeks ago in some other track on a certain condition, but they do not explain how the handicapping is done, and they don't explain how the competition was in the previous race. We need to compare an apple with an apple. You cannot compare an apple with a banana. So if this number 2 has won a race in Timbuktu, racing with mules who had no chance, and it won, but now here today it is racing on a benchmark 58 with horses that have won at Randwick, it doesn't make sense. So that's when they need to, there's no clarity. They always talk gibberish. So that's exactly where, I thought it would be a great idea to get this thing documented and look at the actual numbers and the pressure they're holding on each and every track. And if that is something which is, helping, I mean, we know the pressure. We know the pressure. We know the pressure on these horses. That's something that we know. We know how the physics is working on the track. We know that. 90% of the time it will be here. Sometimes it is, if there are less horses, then this is what happens. But when we have horses, we know how the physics is working and how the pressure is working, but we still don't know how to equate that. Who not to bet? So who not to bet is a horse that has done nothing, which is 14. It's a 7-year-old mare. That's 14. Do not bet on 14. Rest everybody has something or the else, Devon. Rest everybody. See, we have the pressure line, but this has to be equated with something. It has to be equated with something. So I tried equating it with multiple races that they have done in the past. All right, multiple races. I've gone with the previous race. I've gone with the last 3 previous races, but I'm still not able to figure out how to equate this. I'm working on this, but I still haven't figured it out. I mean, it is like this, that you put 20% pressure on this horse. Depending on what is that freaking number? Depending on what you're putting that pressure on that horse. Is it your liking? Is it your preference? Is it just because you woke up and saw your face in the mirror and you thought, all right, today's a good day to put 20% pressure on Mr. 10 or Mr. 1? Is that what the case is? It has to be equated to something. So it's still a very basic stage, Devon. It's still a very basic stage. We know the pressure, but we're still not able to equate that.
Make sure it's the one of those.
Then it's just a move with your balance. It's on paper or ten.
She can rush over there. She's promised a lot. She can get to deliver on that promise. The last run was good back in the slow run race. That was dominated by guys closer to the speed and closer to the centre. Improve that draw against very well.
Well, she's come to hand pretty quickly this preparation. She's gone out early to the point to get speed on the best behaviour.
16's the outsider of the two. Also the young lady.
She's about great. First of all,
She's been an absolute handful and she's just bowled the full stopper over and she's gone out onto the track there. She probably other stopper with her best.
All right, guys, that is the man. Yeah, race number 5. The first look this morning this afternoon. The pick up performance to jump. Hey, one come through.
I look at Sandy Order Bell. I thought she was a value play this morning when the prices were after scratching was around $7. She just didn't firm. So there's some confidence out there that she's going to run well. I hope that is what eventuates on 10 to beat 11, 1 and 2. It's not so certain where the lead is going to come from in this race, but I'm hoping that the Order Bell pass nice and close from that draw, and that should give her a chance.
I'm with you here, BZ. I've got the other bell too in a race that I don't have pretty even sort of a contest from a yard point of view. I thought the order was very well. I think she's going to continue to tighten up a little bit more, but she's got enough to be running a really good race over this sort of a distance range. Jane on 2 is very consistent, as is King Shandon. Not a race to have a strong opinion on. For your time, as always, Dave. Jane on 2, she has been up a little while, but she just keeps on running good races.
Yeah, she's been up consistent this time round. I think her first up run for the 6th grade in Salem at the end of October. It's 10 out of 13 starts, 1100 runs, so one head force to force 50. Cracking on her own sets with 11 lane race,
How do you keep a mare like her nice and fresh mentally to be able to sustain a long campaign like that?
I can't go copy on one because one is the second.
Yeah, I think that the 5 million this last really good value for Australian pace Jockey going places and 53.5 kilos. Had a good chat to him. Tried to get out of the gate. Just got to be a little bit forward at midfield and then give her a big opportunity.
There's something under the blanket now as well. So if the 1 wins, there's a chance that the 4 is going to be there. So I'm going to place a copy on 4. There's no other bet that I can actually think of. I like the 1, but then again, I have issues with that jockey. I don't know whether he's capable of delivering that. But 4 is with a lot of advantage. That is also with there. Let's see if the 4 gets there. I put a coffee on this. It's at $51. So a coffee on the 4.
I'm not sure where Henry Fire is in the world. I think he's heading over to the UK today at some stage. He's learning local Lux Henry. And these things are awesome up there. I mean, the young girls, they've been out watching Queen of Tuscany. Basically, they're all still professionals that love it.
Yeah, love to see the little sport like that. What race is all about is getting the generation involved and getting them on course like this.
It's TV Bruce Call of race number 5. Order Bills. Not much speed in the race. Let's get up there. We're going to post off there and run and made it. Past that time, I got out there in time, so I'm not quite sure what the rest of this. Hello, just looking at the waiting. Down on tour coming out now with the perfect gold, the barrier run on $31 fence. The first card to move in is our red orange cross. Big shed on, probably a 2-day rush.
Cheers. What is the task you did to roll forward? Perfect run, fast run, close to race. No, some run, no, just draw to the number. One of the last to do, one of the last start, better right, some of these. Finity Imperial there now, it's got a chance to about $17. Goes forward. Just to do quite the last on the lights to move in when early ready to run. Forward to the same rate time. Favourite, well trained, 3-4 door to door. The Kennedy is set in the run from here off. The last one comes up. We're ready for the burn. Here we go, we get the finish, drawn in, settles the game. Here we go. Gates line back, they're off with the racing, on a rich girl, a slow day big shit dog, and the order bell is sitting half down the way, flew the guts. And easy can't come to the crossing, Infinity Imperial day on tour, our red morning going forward, perfect goal for the best, 20 the task, getting wide the last back, the wide with the order bell, big shit on, just to the move, and on a rich girl. But I loaded in front, our red morning straight up seconds there, easy car, the box seat run on the fence today, on board in a good spot. She's running forward, Infinity Imperial two away outside the perfect goal. She back into the field, this is playing the task, getting north of the bell. They were followed by quite the last big shit, Don just to do mine, rich girl. Speed was pretty good, they're rolling along, so they come down, look at the 850 meters mark, and waited in front of them, look at the half hour red morning. On the bench, you can't, then came down on foot, which to the outside, back toward the inside, then easy car, then perfect goal, the order bell, just to the move,
Run, baby. Ish. No. 14, I think. Man. This is the weirdest one. 15, 14. 14, can you believe that?
Last time, no weight on the back, probably half. 78 last time, and hard horse to catch them, we would have got forward over where it goes, but it goes to the front, song. It went, and it done that at a lower price. 14 first, 9 second. That is a perfect goal, knocks up Daniel Moore. Infinity Imperial run, third over 7. Logan back to the lead.
Yeah, I said not 14. I'll show you why. 14, 9 and what? $14, $9. But 14, 9, 7 and 15. $14, 9, 7 and 15. So I'll show you what happened. So that's the 14, okay? That's an EW. That's an EW on a benchmark 70. It's got 50 races. It has it's done nothing in its entire life, but today it had the advantage. And quite an advantage. But this, I mean, look at the handicapping. So this is the lowest. This is the lowest. Okay. I went with the 4 because it was up here. Because it was up here. It had at least one side of the rails. This one had nothing. But that did not get in. What happened is 14 got in, 14, 9, 7 and 15. Then it went to 7. 7 was the largest inner. That was anyway a check. And then 15 with gate number 13, which was the third here. 10 had no chance, that we figured out. But you know, this is outrageous. I mean, how would you assume that this is going to go through all that and beat everybody else? But if we look at the pressure, then this one is, nullified. Then 14 comes with the highest pressure on the outer side. This is the drift side. This is the drift. This is the linear side, which did not work because the jockeys were different. But here it is the drift side where this one came in with the highest pressure. Jesus Christ, man. If this is what Sandown will play on a weekday, then there's nothing that we can do. Sandown happens to be one of my favorite tracks, Devon. They always have very, very standard horses. They do very nice racing almost every time. But I don't know what's gone wrong with them today. But that is these guys, they don't need the physics. So that's one side of the story. These guys, I mean, if this was at least a 5-year-old mare, I would have considered this. It's a 7-year-old mare. That's why I did not even think of this one. And this thing doesn't need the physics. The drifts, they don't need the physics. They can get in from anywhere. They can get in from anywhere. The drifts can get in. The things that cannot get in are the linears. They cannot get in. They are very delicate the way they are. So that's impossible for them to get in. But they don't need the physics. They can get in. But I mean, how will you expect a 7-year-old mare to do that destruction?
Top's got a big advantage here of an inside gate, so I think the horses that have got the positions where they can be against the rail in the run have got a clear advantage on this track today.
Yeah.
It's coming into this off a near 2
On top of that, Devon, the thing is
always had enough ability to say he's a Saturday grade horse, but doesn't always get it done.
No, so Devon, the thing is, today it's a little dull day. We usually have a lot of my friends, they race with me. They bring in a lot of insights, and I get to look at them, what's going on. But today was a dull, I mean, it's a very dull day. It's been just me all through. I had no one to speak to today. I think everybody is busy. It's a weekday. So that's pretty much the scene, but I'm sure nobody would have expected this. Nobody would have expected this. This 14 is a nightmare. I don't know where it came from. Yeah, everybody is. It's a Wednesday. It's a Wednesday. Everybody is kind of. Thank you for doing that, Devon. Thank you for doing that. Let's see what's going on with 6. That's the 6th one. 9 and 11 has been scratched. 16, 1, 10, 3. Those are the odds.
Two claims, so it's a couple of negatives from it. Danny Pinner had a good day at Walker wrong, so they claimed 2 winners there. He's got a rough year, 14 I bet.
The man's been out of form, I think it's fair to say. Recently, a 9th at Port Augusta beat to 20 lengths is hard form to come in off, so I've left him out of my numbers. My numbers here, 7, 1, 3 and 4 on Whit Williston. I think he'll be fitter for that good run first up. To beat Dodd, who was co-trained by this man here, Shane Oxlade. Shane, Dodd looks pretty well suited, and for what we've seen of the racing today, that gate 2 is a big advantage.
Yeah, the draw, you know, as usual here, like big forward on the fence and he's drawn there, look for speed in it. Hopefully not too far away, just behind him somewhere, and got a bit of weight, but I think he's in the right race.
Connor Mertzar takes the right. Hasn't ridden Dodd before, but Connor's been absolutely flying here in the last few weeks.
Yeah, I think he did 3 rides in the race 2 winners, so I'm not complaining. So a bit lucky he can have another one. I just thought he'd suit Dawes. I think Dawes needs a little bit of a bit of strength. Got no inability, got a few issues, things to sort of get to him in the end, and sort of had 8 weeks between runs this time, you know, but I think he's pretty right now, a bit of trouble on his back and that sort of thing, and I'm pretty happy with where he is.
It's the type of horse that I think goes best when he's smothered up and sees daylight late, and that's probably another good advantage from that inside game.
Yeah, we sort of tried riding like that at the bridge the other day after when Benny rode him, we had the same opinion, and probably just didn't quite go the way we thought it would or wanted it to, and he still didn't get beat far, but...
So, Devon, the thing is, you know, the resistance basically is a thing that I'm very habituated with. So, if I have to explain in simple terms, if you look at the sheet, all right, so there are, you know, usually it is very easy to find the hero of the game. Let's just understand that this is like, you know, a movie scene. So if this is a movie scene, who is the hero? It is very easy to identify the hero. The hero is always the favorite, which is 16, right? That is the hero. Now, if that's the hero, then there has to be a villain, Now the villains are basically the resistance. And the villains are the ones which are going to do the destruction. It's not a it's not a story where it is always happy ending. It's a story where, money is involved, and there are loads of threats which are there in terms of how. See, honestly speaking, this is something that I've figured out. All right, from multiple sources. Performance is something that is just an advantage, but it is not a guarantee that the performance is going to win, because that's when the handicapping comes into picture. And they say that handicapping is the way to make the horses equal, but that may not be true all the time. I mean, if it's a double-sided sword, my friend. Think about it. If you had a gun, you can either save someone or you can kill someone. The decision is on you and how you use that gun. But you're the one with the gun. It's your decision who you're going to kill and who you're going to save. The closest that we can get is what kind of, where is the war happening? Who are the soldiers? And what kind of a weapon do they have? So that's exactly what the jockeys and the pressure and the handicapping is all about. But where and how the advantage has been given, like here in this case, we know there is an advantage on this horse, all right? That is well identified. But it's a 7-year-old mare. Would you actually think that this is going to beat 4-year-old mares in a race of 1600 meters where you have some of the best spell horses? I mean, I might be wrong. I'm a moron. People went with 10. We knew that the physics is not there with 10. But going with 14 is outrageous. That is something I don't think anybody figured out that thing. Here, we know the hero. That's the 16. People think 16 is going to win. All right. If we look through the odds, it's 16, 1, 10, and 3. If we look through the rails, all right. So 16 definitely has the physics. 16 is the third linear. This is the first linear. This is the second linear. The first linear is 15, which is here. The second linear is here, which is 7. Both of them have problems with, stuff. This one has a neutral jockey, so it is not getting anywhere. Probably. It doesn't work. Yesterday we had 3 neutral jockeys at the track where we were playing. None of those jockeys delivered. Neutral jockeys do not do anything. Same like the neutral horses. It's a very, very tricky thing. On what circumstances they work is something I still haven't figured out. But that's a linear with a with a neutral jockey. I'm going to keep that thing out. That is not happening. This one doesn't have the rails, so this one is out. Plus, it is from gate number 12. Right? Now, the 16 is the favorite, which has the physics, but practically it is coming from gate number 14 with a pressure which is 29. Now, to compete that, we need a higher pressure. It's a 2100. To compete that, we need a higher pressure from an inner gate. So if we look through the pressure line, that's the highest, 15. It doesn't have anything. That's 12. 6 comes in here, which is 8. Then 10 is the largest outer drift. We know that this is probably the second or the third horse pool. This is a place. It'll always deliver as a place. But that's where it stands. And then everything goes below. Now then we have the ones with the advantage. So if we look through the rails, this one is sitting right here from gate number 6. All right. Last time this one actually knocked us out. Now this is sitting right here. and it's got advantage, the highest advantage. It was a 34 by 31, 13. Now this one, the 5 is a 41 by 14. So it is way better than this 7-year-old mare. That's where it stands. It comes from gate number 14. We have, but this does not need the physics, all right? This one does not need the physics. If it has the physics, it is good. But it does not need the physics. We've seen that. It'll get there from anywhere. So it is here. The 3 is the second EW, which is coming on top. So that is 2 with 0. And this is this is 0 is still a pressure. This is advantage. This is advantage. None of these guys, they need the rails. And then we have the 14, which is from with the physics, which is from gate number 11. Ten is 4. And 12 is here, which is gate number 3. "16 is a good one. There is no doubt 16 is good, but it comes from gate number 14. It's a good one, as in like it's the third linear. Right? It's the third linear. The pressure is the third highest, should be. See, that's the third highest pressure on this horse. The first one goes to this one, which is the linear, the second linear. That is how it is. It's got 7 races. It's a good one, has the physics, but it comes from a very, very wide draw. Now, if we look at the thing with the pressure on the jockeys, then we get this one, which is the lowest pressure coming from a neutral jockey, which will not happen. Then we get 6, which is a 5-year-old mare. This is, if we look at the jockeys, all right, 15, 6, and 3. 15, 6, and 3. So this is definitely a good jock. There is no doubt. It is the best hand here. 6 from gate number 8. 7. 10. This is the best hand. These guys have impeccable. They have an impeccable record. They're kind of very professional. These guys have been making money. So there's no reason to think that they're not going to do anything in these race. In this particular race, they come here. It doesn't need the rails. It's a drift. It's the largest inner. This one is the largest outer. This is 15. This is 22. 8. 4. Here, what is this one and this one? This one definitely has the roof. It'll get there. The 3 will get there in some way or the other. But will it win is a question. 0, 14, 40, 96, 57, 13. Let's give it a shot. 3. I mean, that's the only best that is there. That is the only 3. 2 is the gate number. Connecting is 4. 3, which is here, 12. So that is another one with advantage. 5-year-old mare. I don't see why we need to be worried. We need to be worried about a 5, which is a 6-year-old mare with a dedicated jockey on this. It's here. It's either 5-3. 5 or 3. Or the 14, the neutral, if the neutral gets through. Which is unlikely because they're kind of suffering and bleeding. 10, 14, 9. There's no 9, 7, 12, 5, 6. These two do not need the physics. We'll see what they have to speak about 5. Six is good. We'll see what they have to speak about the 5. I think we missed that.
Yeah, she does need to improve on what she has been doing, but we all know that putting blinkers on sometimes you can do that. She's conserving her energy very well. She's a little bit of an unassuming there from a parade point of view, but she's definitely well and truly fit.
Real alliance for Luke Oliver and Logan Bates. It's like 2 races of federation.
Jockey advantages, they play differently depending on the track condition and the length of the race, Devon. The numbers will reflect differently. See, here's the thing. I don't have the I don't work with the winning stats, like the stats on the jockey, how many races they won. I work on the reverse cycle. So the science is this, that you have a horse which has been assigned a weight. Now that weight is either an advantage or a disadvantage. There's, let's say this 14. So that 14 has been assigned. It's coming from gate number 11. It has been assigned 55.5 kilograms. So either that is an advantage or a disadvantage. Now, that's the first step. The second step is the jockey. Now, the moment jockey jumps on that, the weight then differs. If the jockey is an apprentice jockey, it'll get a claim. That means if it was supposed to carry, let's say, 58 kilograms, because of the jockey, right now it is carrying 55.5. So that's where the advantage or the disadvantage works. If the weight on the horse and the jockey performance or the jockey handicapping matches, then you have a perfect scenario on jockeys. But I generally do, I mean, on best of the best tracks, jockeys don't play much of a role. We've seen, in some of the best tracks like Ranwick, Flemington, Doomben, here at Sandown, J-Mac doesn't win every time. J-Mac is one of the best jockeys. He doesn't win every time, and we have that thing on numbers. Why is he not going to win? Because his handicapping is done in such a way that he is not in a position to win. He might get a place because he's J-Mac, but the numbers, they show the right strength. I mean, if you have the horse handicapping right, then it is more or less a controlled situation every time. I truly believe that this is a very controlled situation. Whoever has designed this is fully aware of the results. Whoever has designed this is fully aware of the results. And, that is exactly how they handicap. The thing is, they know the track much better than we do. We don't know where exactly you have inclination, slopes. We are working with an average of 30 meter as a width of the track, but there are that is where we get the rails. If you that's how physics will work. But at times you have less than 30 meters, you have more than 30 meters. It depends on various tracks. But jockeys generally don't play much of a role unless we are racing at some of those rural tracks. It is the horse and the handicapping on the horse, which has got nothing to do with the performance of the horse. The handicapping on the horse is very tricky, very tricky. Where they have, we are following this with 50 plus channels. We are following this with, I think, on screen we have 50 plus channels. On the spreadsheet, but still they managed to get away. And when I run this through, then I know where I've gone wrong. Anyway, I don't think 16 is going to win. I don't know. It has the physics. But it comes from gate number 14. It's a 2100 meter. I like the 3 because this distance have always been with the 5-year-old mares. This distance has always been with the 5-year-old mares. So it is either 5 or 3. 5 is a 6-year-old mare, and 3 is a 5-year-old mare.
Fantastic, but no way when a back roll forward. She should improve off that last run of 1600. Love the mother, I think. Seeing how it's got a fair opinion.
I don't know. We'll go with a 6 coffee. This has gone out of control today, this track.
Moving in, work on speed. Morrison ready. Whistle down at the gate. Hoops coming forward. Target effective. Real light from down the lane. Well underway. His TV, his full operation. So, is Mark.
Sorry, coffee. Oh my god, that is gate number 6. Coffee 5. Sorry about that.
So storage solutions to the cab. Tattoo to come up, real nice. Nasu diamond down the gate, so good like the number better. Coming up now. Going forward. Way up high in the gate. 100 metres. 6 to 8, the plate car. Really close, Nasu diamond to the move again.
I made a mistake. I should have gone with the 3. Bad one. I should have gone with the 3.
Your hands getting fishy. Settles. The all clear again, Gates swing back, and they came away at a fairly good line. She, the biggest of the ball in face, won the break, going fast, whistle down on the outside. Lucky the mother wasn't fast out. She's third and across, getting up to be third and getting the head up around to Tattoo, Myra said, Moose. Way up high, wide for a real alliance, real life, 2 in your hands, party. They're followed by Jockey and Nasu Diamond is laughing in front of the getting the leader. In the turn out of the straight, going on lap, whistle down leads the way.
That's with the best hands, 6.
Just a little bit keen.
Caught out a little bit wide as well, but it's pushing up on the outside. Big Tatsu, it's well off the best now. As Big Tatsu into the third, Morris in fifth for a move way up high, 3 out. Then came room to the line, they set it the ship for a real line to the outside, moving enjoying it hard. To the end of the third of the container, feeling down to the zone. Looking out front of the ball into the mark, Big Tatsu about a half metre away. Way up high throw, falling in ground hold up, got on the one pass, got on the best line to the mark of the favourite. She's the next is now fifth on the radar for a move on with the good spot. Then Morris is tracking up behind the second favourite. Then followed by Real Light, Party, Joy. Yes, a long way back to the field, giving to the bird, if you came down 3 and 4 wide and actually down the last. Down to the 50, out still down front of the league, 3 quarters to attack to. A length of the line, like the mark getting a line, the spirit way out high up to the mark. I length of the half, getting the leading to the non-pro in the lane, the loop going around it, Morris is looking for room. Real Light outside, leading to the party. Real Light, getting the bag, the cane, and the guys in your hands. And we're down, little down, got a white, put a half minutes in front. Martin Martin's got plenty of time to on the bench. You can the field rushing on the real line with moves on the outside. Runner is still kicking in the lane, put it all down, leading the way. Real line is starting to the third on the outside. In front on the outside now, Real Line.
14, that neutral. 14.
One high Real Line, she's the next got a pot already. Then came Nasty Diamond and lost the ball. Got another lost the ball, but in line with the Tatsu and it's a long pass. Real Line, they've got a chance to put a 6:30 minutes delay. David trying to bring to realise that it was going to set him aside and put it all the last good runs. Just had a nice swing of the race. Loving the ability to get it field. People down tried to make another lead. That kick was hanging on to Bill like a punch it down the last 2 minutes. And then the back half was hard and made around with Morris and a little bit of pump over the there. Love the time that I was trying to be straight up and get him to shoot.
Six, yes, got through. 6 got through. They're the best hands. They never lose. They're very professional. 14-6. What is the result, man? Again, this one was 14. This one is also 14. 14, 6, 8, and 4. So what happened is we saw the rails. So 14 was a neutral, was a 4-year-old mare. I stayed out because they are like that. But they came in 14. We spoke about the 6, which is the best hand here. 14-6. 8 was the second best hand. And 4. Where is 4? 4 is here. Again, it went to jockeys, I think. $15 was out. 6 came in. 3 did not do because they did not have pressure. 4 got through. 10 did not get through. So, but the 14 was one with the physics here. Both of them had physics. Both of them had physics. But this will play better because this is a wider gate. We tried to look for a heavier pressure with an inside gate, but all of them were more or less like that. 15 cannot take, that's the linear, cannot do. 7 was 32 from gate number 12, so not happening. 14 was the favorite, but gate number 14 with that pressure. 6 did get in, and after that 14 also got in. Yeah, that see, Devon, we can't do all the places. We just I mean, that is not possible. If we have to actually get this right, we probably need for a race card like this where you have 8 races, you need at least 48 hours to do this rightly, where you will have a very high chance of doing very well. And that's possible, but it takes about 48 hours, generally speaking. That is not possible on the live racing. That's not possible during the live races. The live races will work very well with very stable tracks. Ranwick, Flemington, Sandown, Doomben. But Sandown is on a weekday playing very weirdly. But that's something like that. There was a time I used to play very differently right now, because all my friends, they are chasing the win. So I'm trying to fix the win bets, but there was a time I used to play like this, that you have the odds and then you have your sheet, which is the handicapping. So you keep the favorite in between, like 16 in between, and then the one that you like here, which is, let's say, X, and then on this side you keep long shot, and then on the coffee you keep a super long shot. So that's 3 bets that used to get in there. I played that for a very long time, but that made a lot of people very upset. They were very angry. They did not like me doing that. So I stopped doing that. We'll go to next. 7. 1, 5, 10 scratch. 11, 3, 6, and 4. The linears are very delicate horses, Devon. They need to be like this. You see, the linears will deliver where? You see a 293 which is on top, it'll deliver here. You see 306 here, it'll deliver. It has to be on top. It has to go on top. The moment it falls from top and it is not a strong one, that's when it becomes dicey. Like in this one, it fell. It's a 481. It fell and it did not get in. Yeah, I mean, it totally depends on, you know, this is something that I've realized lately, that the linear also is something that we have to identify with certain measurements. I mean, we know the linear, we know that it is capable, but that capability or that projection is coming from a source, like a horse which is raced in, let's say, one of the weirdest tracks you think of. So there's a horse which is won in some race in Bendigo. Now that horse became a linear. Why? Because the source data, that means you know, how it was handicapped there and how it won, that is the source data that makes it a linear. But when it comes to a track like Randwick, then that linear is going to be questionable, because it is coming from a track like Bendigo. And that's more or less the story. That's the structure. A linear is a linear. That's bottom line. But that also is, that comes with a lot of baggages at the same time. So we've got 11, race number 7, 11, 364.
Sean. Going sack those out, unfortunate there. Connections. And the others are all moved in here, I think. We'll go over there at 1,050. Just about ready to run. So we're set. Ready now. Fashion Dog runs to clear pit. And they're ready and racing. And it wasn't a bad line away here. Chicatic out wide had good speed. It's looking for the lead. Raining Star didn't begin that well. And Chicanic's going to get down a lead from Lakehurst. Ripper Buzz moving through now with Lance Lotto. Astromancer just off those with Fashion Dog, Madam Murphy. Then Raining Star recovering. It's back towards midfield now. Then came behind those Night Cruiser. Well back Lake Agawam and Prance and Dance is last of all. So they're about to swing the corner. And Ripper Buzz had a narrow advantage. Lance Lotto riding the speed. Lakehurst is coming 3 deep. Now Fashion Dog, he's got right to the outside the dog. And he's starting to join in with Chicatic. Astromancer made ground between runners. It's Lance Lotto the leader. 200 metres to go. Lakehurst coming after it. Astromancer's getting through as well with the gold cap. It's Lakehurst, Astromancer, Lance Lotto. Getting through late was Raining Star as well. Lakehurst is in front though, and Lakehurst is going to win from Astromancer and Lance Lotto, Raining Star. I think they were the top 4, closing off Lake Agawam. Fashion Dog, he got to the outside in plenty of time. He just didn't let down. Then came behind those, Prance and Dance, Madam Murphy, Night Cruiser, Ripper Buzz. Chicatic was the last one in.
Lakehurst, the winner here, number 12, with the
Right, so this is the 7th one here. If you look through the odds, it's 11, 3, 6, and 4. If we look through the rails, we get 3, 9, 11, and 4. Now, which is there. The 6 is here. The 6 is the linear, which is out of physics. So it's difficult for this one to get in, so we will not talk about 6. But this 11 is in very good hands again. Whether they win or not, they will get a place, and that's the lowest pressure after this one, which is the EW here, which is gate number 6. Now this has the physics, all right. This one has the physics. It has the physics. The second one is, this is the second linear with a lot of management going on this horse. So that's there. And the 3 is the largest drift, largest inner drift, which is there touching the roof. If we look at the odds, that's 11, 3, 6, and 4. 11, 3, 6, and 4. So the 9 is there in between. We have to see what they speak about the 9. Then this becomes a pack, 9, 10, 11. The entire strength is here. This one probably is there as well, but if we look at these two horses, these are like, both are spelled 38, 38, but the pressure is less on 9. This has more pressure, but this one lacks physics. This one has physics. The 3 has physics, the 9 lacks physics. So this side is missing. Here it is not there. We go through like this, then it is 4, 3, 6, and 11. But this side is 3, 9, 11, and 4. So the 9 comes up with the spell and with less pressure on this horse. So if the 9 is there, then that's what it is. Now looking at the jockey pressure, 6 has the eyes, but that jockey, that pressure, I don't know. That is anyway out because it is kind of doesn't have the physics, but we have this too. The jockey pressure definitely there. 12 is a drift, which is also in a very good hand. Which is also in a very good hand. Then comes 4 here. And this one is with, it's a very dangerous one actually, the 8. The 8 is a very dangerous one because of the jockey. So the jockey is not on a linear pressure, the jockey is on a drift pressure. There's every possibility this might just get in from some angle. But let's just hope that the 11, 3 with the jockey pressure here. If we look through this line, then 11, 12 comes up. 10, 3, 11, 10, 7, 8. We'll stick to 11. We'll stick to 11. It's in very good hands. These people, they don't seem to be losing races. It's a 3-year-old gelding, lowest pressure. That is what is happening here. Possibilities are 9, 10, 11. I mean 11, 9, and 4. That's pretty much, I think, is the game here. It doesn't have this one, so it's probably the 3rd position. This 3 will be pushed to 4th. That's what I think. Devon, congratulations. Thank you for joining in, Devon. I was actually getting bored.
With Aspen, Colorado, it's not an easy horse to catch on the best day. But given where he's likely to settle to run back to the back to the
I was actually bored to death.
He's a balance in the super jewels, been trained really well, nice and muscly, nice and fit, doing everything right, but he's a little bit hard to hold.
Three's good girl. And on her night, she got to a race, 4th with 1 by 8. She has a lot of luck in the past 2 starts. She's been very good starts at Geelong, and then a 4th last time.
Yeah, let's keep our fingers crossed that that keeps happening.
Inside. The dark chief, the dog sucks the right at the top, but this girl, the second attack, them over 1400 twice. The sure is all good on face value, but maybe there's a chance of her role forward. She was the best of the rest on the road cone last start, and the road cone is something to come out and absolutely fold in town. Sandown here on Saturday. So that form probably looks a little better now than what it did at the time. I think 1400 is the right distance for her. She's run well at this track before. It's just where she lands in the run. I think she's great.
It's super, it's as good as I've seen her, to be fair. Nice and fit now, very deep into her preparation, her coat's in good order, and she's been racing really consistently, so I see her as one of the main fences.
6 is the Western run for Beverly and JB Hayes. Geordie Childs in the saddle. Aware of the run belt in over 1200 metres.
That's the linear. It's a very exposed one, so
was critical whether he was going to be a horse that was keep improving as the preparation goes on. And I think that's the more likely scenario here, given he's freed up at 1400 metres. But I like what he did at the back of the last campaign. I think he's a very progressive horse.
I don't know him very well this way. I've only seen him on one occasion previously, so I don't know if this is his normal condition or not. I would have thought that he might just tighten up a little bit with this run. He has got a really good base of fitness there. He's been on his best behaviour. He has got a quick stone and train on in that mountain now there too. He has been looking good.
We're expecting some improvement from truck and fighter up to 1400 metres on a truck big line.
1400 is mid-tip, second up is mid-tip, and first up it was found at 1200 too slick. So if you go back and look through his career, when he gets to 1400 metres, he really runs well. And he has a win over Gridgirl, and he beat her fair and square when last scored it, which was back on the 5th of February. So you don't have to look too far back at his form guide to see that he has a win over one of the key chances. He's $21 and she's $4.20. Okay, she might prefer forwards, but then their preparation where it's at, but you can see him running a lot better than what the market's
His form would probably read that it was no surprise with him to be a little bit playing first up, and that he probably should be firing the second on today. So not record the up. It's pretty good to see him forward in his position. I looks like the team raised a little bit wide for this preparation than what I saw of him last time round. Or is it either that or he's just come from that very quickly?
We're doing looking for a race up. He's second up this afternoon, second
This one could be the best for this morning first up, but so it's 5 days between us. So his overall planning from last campaign is a lot better than what he showed first up. The good thing about this horse is
It's very difficult to hear what they're saying.
great train times. And it's runs to start. Getting $17, $18 per horse that gets that disappointing run first up.
It's a dangerous one, this one. With that jockey, that kind of a pressure, that 8 is a dangerous one. But I don't know if that'll be able to get in.
Plenty of runs against.
couple of gear changes for the should make it easy down the wickets,
Eleven.
like split wickets, which come off next time.
He's always threatened to be a decent horse every time. He hasn't lived up to the potential that he showed in his career. He's been sort of stretched out to 2,000 metres and the room of the it's wrong. I think eventually when the penny drops with him, he'll be a nice horse. First up 1,400 metres with a soft jump out, right back to quiet, and down to find his feet. Strong.
It's really good return by these horses. One thing if you put it in the right foot for sure, I can see him running a cheeky race to the right well here.
Indeed, it was a good winner for Gavin from Benjamin last Saturday.
First run for the stage, did not trial, heavily run stuff on speed, destroyed. What he had to prove to come. This is a good chance to get back to 245. Now against strong opposition. It's hard to gauge how much more improvement he has, and I think it's fair to think that he's going to have some. But there's always a lot more awkward here than what it was for him in a softer race in Handicapping. So, yes, it's a good chance, but I think 245 is going to be a mistake.
He's cutting out beautifully there, very, very free in his actions. It's not a horse that's carrying any excess condition at all. He's really quite right framed. So he's pretty keen to get up with his excellence. He's warming up.
12 more for Dan O'Sullivan. John Allen, the saddle, he's the saddle third up at Ballarat at 1200 metres.
She's racing well, quite consistent, but she's coming up in grade now. Like some of her best form from her previous campaigns, clearly competitive with but I don't know if she's going as well this time in. That's probably the thing in the price. She's going to be consistent.
I think she's ready for this slight step up in distance now too. She looks really good in the yard. She was lovely and relaxed, doing everything right. But she just needs to find those couple of legs, which is well truly good enough to do that.
Right, so that is the next yard for race number 7 here. These 8 horses all out on the track, running their way around to 1400 metres start. What would get I think this race is deeper than what the betters went on at this stage. I see value outside of the favourite, and Gridgirl's a good chance. I see value in the price, but that's in that time to 18 and 13. So make a bit of winner, and Gridgirl will run well, but it's going to get back to the top finder. So it's going to be 8, 11, and 7, and I think there's 2 good roughings here in the 8 and 7.
Pretty even sort of race for finalised as well.
They're considering the 8. 3 to bait. 8, 11, and 7. That's what they're saying. 3 is going to be winning.
Absolutely spot on. But happy to have Good Girl just on top. Couple of us
3 has the rails. That's there.
It's got Colorado Green Bill.
So here the only outsider is this 2, which is the largest outer drift. This is not the largest drift. This one is the largest drift. This one has the rails and this one doesn't. It doesn't require the rails. 11 is the favorite. Eight. 350. 11 is in very good hands and 11 has the lowest pressure. There is no reason for 11 to fail. But, you know, my take is this, that 11, if we go with 11, then what happens is it's the favorite. Let's go 11. Let's go 11. No reason for this 11 to fail. I also like the 2, but since you asked, let's go 11. Let's see. It's got the physics. It's there. It's a 3-year-old gelding. So, and these people are good. They kind of, they know their job. They know their job. I also like the 2. I also like the 2. That's the largest drift actually. And a low pressure from inner gate. They like the 7s. The 7 is, the jockey has never raced here. 3 is from gate number 1. It is the largest inner. It definitely has advantage. But the 4 is in between, which has got the same pressure. Unlike the 2. No, the 2 is so they're talking about, they have spoken about the 8. The 8 is a dangerous horse. It's got the highest advantage in this race, but it is also one of the worst horses. So 8 doesn't need rails. 2 also doesn't need rails. But 2 is a 7-year-old gelding, which has got 32 races. And it's a 1400 meter. Will that would be a bad idea actually. 2 is a bad idea. 11 probably the other one would be, see, 3 is difficult. I went with 11. 3 is difficult. I'll show you why 3 is difficult.
On the big 3 girl, the ball not far away, trouble find a race, make around the wedge to the front, easy done.
That's the second one, right? There's a second linear 4 from gate number 11.
One away teams for another big season, Green Bill, get hard, not the half of the ball, on the wedge to the front, trouble.
11 is okay.
And half in front of the D. Green Bill finds the paint outside the team, the leader really slack here. Ball to the front, trouble by the point. Then after the Colorado, leads down the halfway mark. The dog in front is eager to the stalker. Green Girl waits on the ruck, teams the bulls out. 2 more on the way to the front row as well, getting on the bench from a trouble finder. After the Colorado, he does the dog swings fine, 2 in front.
Well, run, baby.
Trying to let it ball mark making ground. And further back into the field is Green Girl and he's got a ball in the steam. She's 2.5 and no stopping her at the moment.
Dude, what are you doing? It's all jockey. 4.
D stop quickly, west in front, trouble find the finish on. Teams are rescue down a long last dash for the Colorado. What's the other stage? No, boy, and dog went at the front. She flew the lead for dog son. And she's got an east lead. Criminal slow right, and he went behind. It was well jumped right in front. Greg Bill just hit his front plane to get second for a ball more. The D was in the right spot, he did not right in the quick the finish stage. He lost the photo involved in the fourth position. So a good winner to the last. Greg Bill will get through with right second. Just need a bit more room to build the rears up early. The ball up with a full hit steep down the centre. The D was batting behind those. Last one, what it is. Quick at any stage on the home straight. Missed that in Asia, it's back where he was. Trouble find the through the line all right. It's 4, 3, 12, 11. 4, 3, 12, and
It did not have pressure.
4.
1400. Hold on. We'll see.
But it was all about the last going to the front. It's recorded short hand time, 125.74. 125.74. Could be a mad race in front of the last year. Got a best in front of the place to be, brother.
TV, great calling from you, John Sutton, just on. Congratulations, that's 10 weeks, so great to be up and on. Was that the plan? Not really, yeah, I mean,
4, 3, 12, 11.
she relaxed beautifully. You'd be pretty confident at the top of the straight, but just cover break her wrong.
4 was the second linear with physics.
They'd get like you one after that line of the third stage. Very good way to be a horse that you're continuing to learn more and more about the longer that you have her in your stable. She is, yeah, she's very honest and tough and been up a long time. Running pretty on the first campaign. It's just nice to play back David Mooney and charge with this. It's important for the stable. So winning between sort of 1,300 metres up to the mile with 1,400 metres, is that sort of a sweet spot now? Do you think where you look to keep her for the remainder of the run for preparation? Exactly. I think that's sort of 1,400 is where she's at. Any further, she's normally running on after that last little bit. So, great results. And there's dogs up. Takes that race 7 here at the fair. Tom Brothers going on beautifully. In the saddle, Tom, congratulations. Certainly the place to be. Was it always the plan, or were you just more so happy to take up the opportunity to hit the front end of the right?
Yeah, in all honesty, just feel well, but I think that's what she's going well. I thought I'd roll along and I'll do a 2 and step on, and it's kind of best to get there. So once I know it's there, I'm together.
I guess inside 100, it's off the straight on.
Yeah, look, I'm sorry, I've only got that short sprint, and I didn't want to let it get down the hill, and get your feet together, and once I think that get something going up, it's very good to on.
You're pretty aware that there wasn't a whole lot coming that was going to be able to challenge you in the last 100 metres or so?
Yeah, certainly not, but I did understand that you had that short sprint, so I wanted to make sure that make it pretty away.
Well done, great result.
Thanks very much.
Man, bad, very bad. This is the last one. His huge scratchings 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 16.
Thank you very much. And sprinted away. Thought Brick Girl was okay. Yes, she was sort of right and sprinted on, but hard to go quicker than
17, 13, 8, and 11.
give me 1 sec. Yeah, J Harriet at jamtv.com.au. Yeah, so HERIOT.
No, honestly speaking, the thing
It's
is,
fantastic work.
the 12 definitely had management going on, but the 4 was the second. One of the linears, if one of the linears are within the rails, that's a better way to go. This was not a linear, this was an EW, but look at that management and look at that pressure given.
Number 1 is a new horse here for Claudette Rose, former Victorian trained galloper. So, what are you making of this galloper, John? First up to Claudette here. It's $11 with Labrokes at the moment, return.
No trial or jump out since Return has come to South Australia, and never easy to get a great guide on these ex-Victorians that obviously coming from leading stables here. My sense of position
17,
is to
13,
sit
8,
tight and just see what
and
they can
11.
do in their first run or two here in the market. Is in agreement with that.
Okay, number 3 is Obi, these days with Sarah Rutten. It's an $11 chance as well.
Jumping sharply and trip from 1200 to a mile, but Obi was successful over this distance at Morpheville late last year. He's nearly turning 9, but as he showed last preparation, he still got it and was able to get that city win and was unlucky another time in town. What he will have to do, though, is turn around 2 pretty plain runs this time.
Okay, the favourite is number 4, St. Michael. Gee, this has been well backed. It's $2.15 now.
I'm sure race mappers are in love with this horse. For a big field, there's not too much natural speed. You've got Colin Murtar on board. That's a big help. You've got Gate 1 on-speed horse, hard and fit.
Yeah, so you see, from the very first one onwards, all right, the linear will have to be within the rails. If the linear is within the rails, then there is no looking back. If it is on the top, then it is V1. But if it is falling, then you'll have to look deep.
6 is an $11 chance rule.
They have to have the physics. This one did not have. This one had. So what was the result here? The 5.
That's a great effort with Lakehurst in the previous race after
5 was 14, 9, 17, and all that happened. So 14, that 7-year-old mare got through. 6
That race is a better one than the one she
was again a disaster, I think. 6 was 14, 6, 8, and 4. The 14 went through. Where is that 14? This is the 14, which is a neutral. The physics has to work. This was the third linear, which was the favorite. But the neutral had less handicapping on this.
I'm more than happy to forgive them. Then prior to that, he was going pretty well.
That one had advantage. Here, the 7, this was the linear within the rails with advantage.
And you're getting a price because he's got those couple of runs on the dirt.
It's also a good hand. This is also a good hand.
Genoa gets back and is also.
Now here, if you look through the odds, here if we look through the odds, it's 17, 13, 8, and 11. We're talking about 17, all right? The 17 is a 252. It's a linear, but it doesn't have this side of the rails. It's got problem with the physics, all right? It's a linear. It's got one side. The other side is missing. That's not there. If we go through this, then we get all that. 18, 15, 13. 18 comes up, which is the second linear. All right. The second linear is here, the 18. 79, 79. This is from gate number 10. This is from gate number 7. This has both sides of the rails. So this is more promising than this one. This has also got one of the best jocks. This one is Okay, so this jock is good for this distance. It's 1,000 meter. This jock is good for this distance. This is basically where the jump start is. So this jock is good. All right, this jock is good. This is the right stuff that needs to happen. But it lacks the physics. So that is the tricky part. The others are here. This one, the 8 is a good one. That is also a linear, but it lacks this side. This one is the third linear, which is 13. Gate number 3. 4851. This has both sides of the rails. This also has both sides of the rails. So 18 is a check. And the drift is where 14, 2, 13. This jockey is good. Basically, when it is about 1,000 meter, then you need these guys. Then you need these guys. Then these guys don't work generally. Then you need these guys. So it's the highest. But this one lacks the physics. This one lacks seriously. This one lacks. The jockey is good. This jockey is meant for this distance that is there. But it lacks this side of the physics. I don't know whether it will win. I am not going to get into it. I've lost way too much today. This is tricky. I mean, ideally it should win. It's a 252, but it lacks physics. It doesn't have this side. The one which has the physics, the 18, it is with this jock. There's a possibility that this might get in. This is a 79. This is a 48. Chances. This one is a tricky. I'm not going to get into it. There's no point talking about it. This is a tricky one. This one doesn't have this side of the rails. This one, 8 comes on top. It's a linear. Again, this side is not there. 13 has both sides. 17 lacks this side. It doesn't have. These two, they have both sides. 11 and 18. So chances are weird. So this could be 3, 7. I mean, if it gets between these two horses, the 3 and the 8, the 13 and the 18, it's 1,000 meter. The 18 will. The 18 will do. 18 has just 2 races. 13 has 7 races. Relaxed. 41, 54. This is 54.5. There's a strong chance the 18 will get in. There's a strong chance the 18 will get in. 17, I doubt, because it lacks this side. 13 is a good one, but the thing with 13 is this jockey with that is a linear pressure on that jock. This jock with that pressure is a little weird. All right, the best jock, the best fit is this guy, but this guy has issues with the physics, then the chances are probably here, which is this one. This could backfire very badly. This thing could backfire. This jockey is not for this pressure. This jockey is for drift out. That's a linear pressure. That will not work. Most probably. This will work, but it has problem. 11 will work. That's a good jockey with that. 18 will definitely work because that is the jockey pressure on that jock. That's one of the best jock, and that's one of the best pressure that is there on that jock. And it has both side of the rails. Both are good horses. This is a 252, it's a 254. There's hardly any difference between these two horses. The only difference is the physics and probably the management. This one is good management. It is not bad management either. This is also acceptable. It's okay. I'm not in. I'm out. Yeah, I mean, Devon, the thing is, we don't have the platforms like Tab and Betfair and Bet365 here in India. We don't have those, bookmakers here in India. So my bets are 90% on the tote that we have, and at times I use some of the other bookmakers, but that is a different story. So yes, with the right bookmakers, the payouts are pretty neat, especially if you are in US or in Australia. With the right bookmakers, it's pretty neat.
Head smart and jam-rock, so you'd like to be involved in the exotics here. John would like to be on the winner, but gee, the Quinellas, Trifecta's first fours, they are going to be deluxe 3, 12, 7 and 8.
Great call from race caller Tim Edwards about the quality of Caitlin Jones's ride. Opie was a get-back horse with a wide gate on a horse that's been on the track side that's been favouring horses near the rail and leading. Opie was able to get onto the rails and save a lot of ground around the home turn. And Croissance de Soleil, who was in front of Opie, who was travelling well, was blocked for a run. Opie switched outside those horses and got the run, and Opie's done the rest.
Yeah, Sarah Rutten, the winning trainer and winning owner.
Yeah, look, full credit to this horse. He's just the most lovely old boy who's had a few experiences in his life, which is what.
That is fabulous. It must be very late, Devon. You're in California?
Two out of two who have done a Barbara as well. I don't think you were training him when he won here previously.
No, I wasn't. I wish I'd had him as a younger horse. He would have been a really competitive metro grade horse. Full credit to Caitlin, what a ride. I said, look, hope for some luck, and that's what she did. And
that is late. That is very late. I work during the East Coast time. My employers are in New York and Hong Kong, so I kind of work during the Eastern Standard Time. That's my bread and butter. This is my this is my thing.
Did say that you do give him a galloper. He's very good at his work.
Yeah, look, we've worked a lot of horses with him just to see where they're at, because he's just so tough. He just has the best turn of foot, and look, he's just a happy horse, and just so thrilled for Caitlin. She's had a good strike rate for me lately, so yeah, very happy, great ride for her.
Well, she's just making her way back. I'll let you go. Make sure you go that way. You've been a busy beat of late as well. An easy day today. One runner, one winner.
Yeah, look, I came myself, just me and the old boy. He's very quiet, so he didn't give me too much of a hard time, but well worth the trip. Thank you.
I'm sure you'd squeeze him in the car if you could on the way home.
Yeah, look, I could probably get him there, to be fair. Thank you.
Well, Sarah, we'll take a break. The last and Sandown won't be far away.
This is India, Devon. We have neighbors, we have cows, buffaloes, goats, dogs.
It hasn't been the place to be.
I have a railway station nearby, so you keep hearing those trains going by.
You know, Sarah talks that she practiced him very well. He had drawn very sticky. He jumped well, which sort of allowed me to go with him early, then cut across him.
Yeah, I don't have a place which is like all soundproof, because I smoke and I have to keep my ventilation on, so my windows are all open. So all the noise, they come in.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, it's busy, it's crowded. It's a different world, Devon. India is a different world altogether.
Correct way, Donna Father.
Yeah. I'll have a look.
I mean, that is brilliant. I mean, if you like to be with yourself and be with the nature, I think it's best to stay in the rural areas where you get all the amenities, but not the crowd and the hustle bustle. That's the best thing. That's the best thing, Devon. And you get to live your life. You get to live your life. The cities will make you a different person at the end of the day, which you're not. Cities have their own challenges. Yeah, that happens. That happens. That happens. But at the end of the day, Divan, I think it basically is you know how you have perceived life at the end of the day, your upbringing, how you've been taught to accept life. That makes a lot of difference. If you're after the glitters, then it's a different thing. But if you know the actual meaning of living a good life, and that has been, you know, engraved in you, then you know the real thing. Then you know the real thing. I grew up in a small town, very small town. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. People have started behaving very differently lately, but if you're from a small town, then it definitely, you know, it gives you that leverage of being a nice person because you know life differently. You're not chasing what you see,
Run sheet, still what we're doing, going off there. And,
but you chase your dreams.
that's I like to talk about. Yeah,
But lately, people chase what they see.
I would put
Oh, my neighbor has a very nice car. I want to have that car. My neighbor has a lot of money. I want to have a lot of money. But maybe that's not the way to go. Maybe you should just
6.
dream big, work.
Yep.
Where is our race? What are they showing? We are 5 minutes away and they're still not showing our paddock. For what, Joy?
No, yeah, ride the day would be that one race 7. So what do you want, ride the day with 2 other races?
Yeah, all that is.
Come on, why don't we go ride the day, Caitlin Jones race 7. And talk about race 1 was an impressive win, and race 6 was a good training effort, so maybe we use that as support. Thanks.
What are they showing? This is not. This is somewhere else. Why are they not showing Sandown?
First up,
And this place has become a nice hangout place because we all are mostly, 40 plus men. Okay. This place is all with 40 plus men. We do crazy stuff here. Of course, Devon. Of course. You're very welcome here. We had a 19-year-old kid, not a 19, a 20-year-old kid sometime back. We lost him. Name was Winks. One crazy kid. That is definitely not our track. We don't have a 3. We have a 12. Okay, that's our track. That's 13, 12.
It's good to see about the show minister arrived to start for awards and more and then 2 at the gate. Scully, fragile, love, stopper, machinist, status, triples, very nice. The truck was get to the lead.
What kind of an area is she to train at home? Is she straightforward? Is she a good truck?
Good truck. Yes, you've just got to watch a galaxy set us from the market too far and actually put it too much there. But you short with a drop of 1,000 average charge on my own. So, but as the end,
Looks like they're going to run along pretty really weird on the big discussions pretty late.
yeah, look, I said to Bo, they want to be broken for next passer on the because we've been saying we don't want to figure out a date, so we'll just lob it from there, and she's got that natural information. So they want to go essentially. Last night she was machinist, triples, and status.
17 is a good one, but it lacks the physics. It also has one of the apt jockeys. That jockey should be on that horse that's there, but lacks the physics.
And the shoe, you can see, so what we're looking at the far rail, where the furthest one at the top of the screen, the lakeside circuit is on the right hand side where they have been coming down the hill. So yes, while victors have been winning, turning coming down the hill, it's a very different scenario for this race compared to the rest of the day. So I don't think you can look at what has happened. Literally, the last of the card. So just be mindful of that. The final just starts on the setup. It turns back to the score. It was favourite. Short, pretty high, short halves, different ball. So what they're coming down the road, and she was all over the place. Been going on upstairs. Stop and just run. Mental to get to the right behind. Status is the horse with improvement. And it walks more the breakdown of the track. We're well forward for the first up here. Now, mental moving in. She'll not race tomorrow. We've got 9 races. Fragile love comes charging up the back of the barrier. They'll jump and burn this. Ready, set to go. The water ball moves in. Favourite just dribbles from stop. All ready. Gates flies back, they're off, they jump to the good line, stop the path of the way, triples, stats wide out again, Barker with a reward to the baller. Stop the game that burns through and join triples in front. It's triples leads the way from the stopper into the best status, right onto the big man tour. Machine is drop back behind her. With a reward to the ball, passed by fragile love. I'm on my way back to show this to the last of all, the Scully. Triples comes around the bend for the long run over the 550.
leading the way from stock. Two was riding up 3 wide. Then came a shooter back on the fence as the show cut the corner side, many lengths. And Fragile running on, dribbled under the mark of the leader. Stock moving after her. Fragile after the fence, up to the pair. And third man to the bill rewards to the board, dribbles still in front. Stock and Fragile up, dribbles still in front. Oh, she's a natural body. Then she fights the ball off and dribbles down on the wing from Fragile up, Stock.
17. 17.
She was there to get, but she just kept on keeping on. She'll go on and win. Fragile Love will be set in front of Stocker. And reward the ball. It's just shown the team. You want to be near the inside. Fragile Love cuts to the big, but the dribbles, which showed a lot of Paris there. So you mentioned it's still prepared to come with her yet. By 2 down hot and the wonderful filly Earthquake, not the pedigree. 2 from 3. She had speed to the by Dakota Defence. I think moment forward had well under her, right? The ultimate source, but ended in Sam Freeman. Second, Fragile Love. Big winning chance turn for Billion. The dots up just failed. Got around out the steep last 50 metres. Finished back in third position for Bobo in the pack run. Number 12, that's started getting fourth in front of number 8 Rewards to Ball. 17, 15, 13, 12. Good run, 57, 69, 3/4 of the long pin. 3/4 time long. So at this stage of their career, just grab the run down to the Rewards to run on that field as much as anything. That field on the page, she shows a good fight. She was there to get down on a couple of pages after the home straight. Good run, Fragile Love.
So what happened is this, that the 17 actually went through. It's a 252. It went through because even without the physics, it went through. 17. Then came 15, which was one of the drifts. 15. Then came 13. And 12, the EW. But that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We had 8 races today here at Sandown, and that was the last one. But we are going to be racing tomorrow again. We generally race 5 days a week. We'll see if we have some good tracks tomorrow. We have Geelong that is coming up. We have Wagga, so maybe Geelong or Wagga tomorrow. And thank you so much. Thank you so much, Devon, for tuning in, joining in, supporting the channel. Thank you so much for being there. Have a great day, Devon. And I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, gentlemen. Have a great day. Stay blessed.